Commission at 151 Martin Street. Could we have a roll call, please? We're going to pass on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb is absent. Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Okay. We're open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you're online and you would like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand function. If you're in the room, please come to the microphone. Seeing none, we'll move on to new business. Resolution to meet in closed session.
I'd like to move a resolution to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, Section 8, parens 1, parens H of the Open Meetings Act to discuss and answer questions regarding a written attorney-client privilege communication.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard?
Yes. Okay, we will now adjourn to closed session. Recording, please. Okay. We're back in session after an open session, after a closed session. And I think we have a motion.
I think the city attorney has a thing.
Yes, I think we should recognize Commissioner Kolb's appearance, as he was in the closed session, but he wasn't here when we adjourned.
You were
I was
not
late.
here. So
He
yes,
arrived at
Commissioner
6:03.
Kolb has arrived. He arrived in time for the closed session, so
And Commissioner Host is temporarily not sitting here.
that would be correct. Commissioner Host is temporarily absent, but we're going to move forward anyway.
All right. I move to authorize the city manager to execute an addendum to the Wimbledon Drive paving project contract, parentheses, contract number 6-25, parentheses, W, close double parentheses, providing for reconstruction of the roadway utilizing hot mix asphalt in lieu of Cape Seal, substantially consistent with the draft addendum attached as Exhibit A, with the city and contractor sharing equally the incremental cost of the asphalt substitution with a total not to exceed $37,500, with no additional cost to the Special Assessment District or the affected property owners, subject to final review and approval as to form by the city attorney and as to substance by the city manager in consultation with the engineer. The roadway remains an unimproved road.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Host is absent. Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes?
Commissioner Kolb?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Thank you. And motion to adjourn this special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Adjourned. to Birmingham City Hall, everyone, for a regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission in the Commission Room. It's 7 p.m. on July 13th. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Mayor Ballard?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long? Here. Commissioner Hay?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Commissioner Kolb?
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Here.
Excellent. We're going to move to item number 3. And folks, if you want an agenda and don't have one, they're back by the door, and those are there for you. We have item 3, proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administrations of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. So our...
Not the blue agenda.
Oh, the blue one is for our special meeting. Yeah, take the white one. The blue one we're done with. We already did that. Not much to it. First announcement. So happy to, where did they go? To announce the winners of the I Voted sticker contest. We have them. They're in the packet. I don't think they're in the agenda. They're on our desk. I know you're not going to be able to see them. I wish you could. Is there any way to get these
I can pull it up. Give me just
up there?
1 second.
That'd be awesome. And then we can announce each one.
And I have some things for our...
There they are. The 4 and the first winner. I don't know if you guys are here. Ava Haisha. Ava, are you here? Ava is our kindergarten. She's 8 years old. Kindergarten to 8. I don't know how old Ava is, but she is the one all the way to the left there. That's one of my favorites for sure. And then in the 9 to 12 category, Oliver Zamet. Oliver, are you here? Oliver, stand up and be recognized. Very good. Good job, Oliver. Do you have anything you want to tell us about your design and how you conceived it? You don't have to. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Pressure.
No pressure.
Did you have fun?
Mostly.
Anything else you want to say? Where do you go to school?
I used to go to Pembroke Elementary, and now I go to Derby.
Okay, good luck there. and
Thank you.
and did you do this in your art class?
No.
No, just on your own, like
Yeah.
after school? Excellent. Good job. Thanks. And 13 to 17 year is Sarah, and I know I'm going to destroy your last name. Are you here, Sarah? Sarah, tell us, stand up. Let's all give Sarah a hand. Tell us how you pronounce your last name. I'm going to try Ragib? Ragib?
You got it the first time.
All right. Good. And anything you want to tell us about your inspiration?
It's like the Birmingham Water Tower.
It is. Is there some meaning in there that?
Well, it says I voted on it.
I have a little project regarding the Birmingham Water Tower, don't I? We're going to try to put lights on that, right? Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. And 18 and over, Mary, oh, this is another hard one.
Don't even bother.
All the sticker winners up for a picture.
Yeah, let's get all the sticker winners who are here up for a picture. How do you pronounce your last name?
Olenichuk.
Olenichuk.
It's an old-fashioned Polish name.
Well, it's a good one. The best Polish names are the hardest ones to pronounce, right?
Oliver and Sarah to come
Oliver
back.
and Sarah, come on up, and the clerk will take, I think, where is she?
She's right there.
Oh, right there.
I'm trying to be in
clerk will swear you in.
Trying to be inconspicuous.
Very good. Okay, ready, big smile. Thank you. Your guys' work was amazing.
The winning sticker designs will be available at Birmingham polling locations for the August 4th, 2026 state primary and the November 3rd general elections. We move to appointments. The first appointment we have two appointments for the Public Arts Board. We have one opening for a regular member through January 28th, 2029, and an alternate member also through January 28th, 29. So Julie Pincus, hi Julie, come on up. And anybody who's coming up can go to either microphone and tell us about yourself and why you're interested.
Oh, I'm Julie Pincus. I've been in Birmingham, in and out of Birmingham since the early 2000s. I was a neighbor of yours. And I'm a graphic designer by training. And my mom had an art gallery in in Birmingham for 35 years, I'd say. I've done a lot of work for foundations, the Kresge Foundation being one, and I did their Eminent Artists books for 10 years. And I've dealt with art and artists and photographing art and dealing with all sorts of artistic endeavors, being a graphic designer and also an art collector. So it was of interest to me to get involved in the community and give back, and I think I have particular skills that would be relevant for this board.
We're very glad that you have volunteered. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Pincus? Okay. I'm guessing you're going to ride to a smooth appointment. Is Sarah Rudin here?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sari.
Yes. Hi, I'm Sari, and I'm also interested in the position on the Public Arts Board. I'm also a graphic designer. I went to University of Michigan School of Art and Design with a major in graphic design, but that was back in, I graduated in 2003, moved to New York, and was working in advertising there for about 8 years, and I've been back in Birmingham for the past 16 years or so. I've worked at Mars, a bunch of local Detroit-born companies, so Mars Advertising, Taubman Company, and I just recently, since they were acquired, a group of us went from Taubman over to Gardner White, so now I'm in their marketing department, senior graphic designer, leading up the rebrand that will be launching in the next month, actually. On the side, I do a lot of actual art, more fine art. I have an Instagram account called Sari Tales, which may not be safe for work, but it's the art of online dating. I turn into messages I've received on dating apps into art. I've been at the Dirty Show for the past 9 years, and have had my art shown in a bunch of different galleries, feminist galleries throughout the country. Anyway, I came across, I've been in Birmingham for 15 years. I am in the Gravefield condos, and I saw a post about a wayfinding, the new wayfinding system, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. I didn't even know there was a committee that would be involved in that, and so I kind of dug through and got into the website and realized that there's this whole world of civic volunteers, and I was like, I think I could really add to this, and I was interested. So this is how I ended up here. So
Great.
glad I'm in the right spot.
You are.
Thank you.
Good story. Thanks. Any questions? Okay, I will entertain nominations. Commissioner Long.
I would like to nominate Julie Pincus as a regular member to the Public Arts Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire January 28, 2029.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Good. Another unanimous decision. Next, anyone else would like to make a nomination?
Sure. I would like to move to nominate Sari Rudin as an alternate member to the Public Arts Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire January 28, 2029.
Second. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Great. Okay, you guys stand by, or, yes, we have an appointment to the museum board. Wadette Bradford, you're back. Great, we're glad. I think we
Yeah, we heard from her last.
we heard from you.
Last time, we told you to come back.
We're eager to appoint you. We're going to do a nomination.
I would like to nominate Wadette Bradford. Thank you for returning. As a regular member for the museum board to serve a 3-year term to expire July 6, 2029.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Okay, now the clerk will swear all you guys in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I have my public arts board friends join us up here? Raise your right hand. You'll say, "I do" after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of the office of Public Arts Board and Museum Board according to the best of my ability.
I do.
Each of you pick a line, sign and print. I'll fill in the rest.
Before we dispense with announcements, is it appropriate to make an announcement about the action we took after the closed session?
You could if you'd like.
Okay.
We do have an update on that but it's at the very end.
And I see people here from the
Yeah.
neighborhood, so I think we ought to.
Yeah.
So correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, but we have been in talks with the contractor on Wimbledon, Phase 1. And there's a broad agreement that the job was not well done. The outcome is that it's going to be redone. It will be done in asphalt. There will be no additional charge to any of the residents for that. The city is going to pick up an additional cost of about $37,500 for it, and we're going to be very careful to make it work with all the work that's already been done. And we're hopeful that that will get done soon. Was there a time on it?
The goal was before the Woodward Dream Cruise, but we actually mentioned in the addendum to work around it, so there's no additional disruption. But maybe also just to say that the city manager and the attorney explained to us that we're trying to splice into an already busy schedule.
Talk about what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just leave it at that.
Timing
So
will be announced.
I hope
basically.
everybody's happy with that. It's not, whatever. So, and for those interested in Phase 2, that is Phase 2. And do you want to address Phase 2?
Well, obviously, just to point out that because of this change now with Phase 1, due to the quality issues and the switch to asphalt, we're going to have to reconsider what to do in Phase 2, because the same subcontractor that did the Cape Seal work on Phase 1 is also subbed out to do Phase 2. So we will look at converting that to asphalt. There'll be an addendum to that contract that'll come back before the commission, and I think everybody understands that we're going to continue the asphalt in Phase 2.
Right.
Okay. And with that all being said, we can move on to the open to the public for matters not on the agenda. So we give 3 minutes to anyone who would like to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. Is there anybody in the room or online? If you're online, raise your hand, and we'll get to you. But I think we have somebody in the room.
Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon. Just wanted to say thank you very much. We really, really appreciate what you did for us, and it means a lot. And thank you for listening to our concerns and responding to them. Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Does that mean the Cape Seal's coming out then?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
awesome.
Yes.
Fantastic. Wow, made my day. Thank
Yes.
you. All right.
Government works slowly, but usually around here, it works in your favor.
Fantastic.
We hope. Sir?
Hi, David Wynn, 1457 East Lincoln. Are short-term rentals on the agenda?
Well, there's a brief report as usual at the end, but I wouldn't make you stick around if you have a comment or you would like to read the report. It's online. You can
Okay. I'd like to make a comment. I sent all of you an email, and I think I basically want to read that email for the record. I was at the planning board meeting on July 8th, and they voted on a proposal that exempts the railroad district and downtown D4 from any short-term rental restrictions. I think that's a mistake. I think the proximity of the railroad district to the residential area is too close. And personally, if I was in an apartment downtown, I wouldn't want a short-term rental next door to me. They also decided they wanted to study exemptions for host and owner-occupied rentals. I believe that this, again, will allow workarounds and is not enforceable at this point. So I caution the commission on that. Finally, and I think a few of us were there, several on the planning board minimized the severity of the issue. This was a bit unnerving to me, and I hope you can understand that. To say comments like, we're going overboard and it's only 2% of the problem is big, okay? So it was a little bit hard to take at this point in the process to hear those kind of comments. So just wanted to bring that to the record. Thank you.
Question. You referred to the meeting that you attended was on what date?
July 8th.
July 8th. So that
Last Wednesday.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Hi, Sally Swift, 541 Wimbledon. First off, I want to say thank you for considering the new pavement for Wimbledon 2, being that our property abuts Tim's property. So we'd like it nice and smooth and the same. Secondly, that's very important, though. Thank you. I do appreciate it. But secondly, I would like to make a recommendation that in terms of issuing the agenda, if you could do it maybe a day or two in advance so that people know what's coming up on Monday and can submit a response or recommendation.
Our agendas come out on Thursday afternoon for the next Monday.
Correct. But on Wednesday at noon, the prior Wednesday, we have to have our response in order to get into the packet.
Correct. You have to have not a response.
Well, it's not a response, but it's kind of in conjunction with whatever the topic may be for Monday. And we don't know what the topic's going to be until after the deadline, if that makes sense.
That's why we opened the meeting to the public.
I realize that, but it kind of goes hand in hand.
I understand the conundrum.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
We need time to put together the agenda packet.
yeah,
With all of the communication.
right. And no matter what the deadline is for the packet, you would have the same issue. Unless we put out the packet so far in advance and then had a later deadline for public comment or public or communications. That probably is not a workable situation.
Then I apologize in advance for continuing to send in communications because I won't know if my topic, the stop signs, is going to be up for a Monday meeting.
Your topic is going to be on the next agenda.
On the next one? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Great. Well, thank you all very much.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes just a quick phone call or an email will get you the information you
Okay,
need.
I can do
I
that.
believe it's July 27th, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, great.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online? Nobody online. You can use your raise your hand function if. Okay, so that closes open to the public for matters not on the agenda. We move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are routine and will be enacted by one motion approved by a roll call vote. No separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered elsewhere. So, do any commissioners want?
Item H.
H, item H. Commissioner Haig?
A for Alpha.
A for Alpha. Did I see a hand up over here? No? No hands over here. Anyone in the public want to remove an item from the consent agenda? Online, please raise your hand. Seeing none, get a motion accepting item H.
I move to approve the consent agenda excluding items A and H.
Second.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski.
Yes.
Excellent. Item A, Commissioner Hayes.
Page 2 of the minutes, which is page 34, at least of the printed package. Right at the very bottom of the page, it says Commissioner Host made a motion to eliminate STRs under 3 days. I believe it's 30 days.
Yes.
That's an easy fix.
Thank you.
So I don't know if we want to approve that with the noted addendum, and it will be updated in the post-meeting,
It will
or how do we,
be. I
how do we want to do it?
Move this, the item and with the correction.
Second.
No, you move the.
second.
You just said it.
Okay, all right, roll call on A.
My motioner was
Haig.
Haig.
Haig, and the
Second.
second was Host.
Oh, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes. Item H, Commissioner Kolb.
Yeah, so I think this is probably easy. I think Tracy spoke to you earlier today. I don't want to relinquish or give a proxy on the voting. I'll do it.
So you'll show up?
I'll show up.
You'll be my first person ever that is not staff.
I'll show up.
Congratulations.
This is the most consequential election coming before us. I don't want to delegate my requirements to anyone.
Yeah.
So I'll be there.
Okay.
Does that mean we have to reduce one of the other committee members, or can we just add one?
I'll see which of the department heads that was assigned doesn't want to do it. They get a pass. Nick?
And just so you understand, moving forward, that is open to the public too. So
Yeah.
you're always welcome to come.
Okay.
You can always show up. I've even invited members of the public personally, election inspectors. Nobody ever shows up, even though we post a notice in the
You're stuck with me.
newspaper.
I'm there.
Okay.
Okay, for the public's edification, what we're talking about here, which may not be clear, is what we call a public accuracy test
Correct.
of our voting systems, which takes place down the hall on Tuesday, July 21st, 2026 at 8:45 a.m.
It'll be in this room.
Oh, is this 205?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Here in this room, 205. Usually, the commission delegates that to members of the staff, and they just test the electronic tabulating equipment. So with that, would you like to move the suggested resolution with the change?
Yes, sir.
Of adding your name? Do you need a reading of a?
So
What can
we're not putting a proxy representative in for Kolb, and we are taking off Nick DePuy, the planning director. So it'll be resolution designating Assistant City Manager Mark Clements, DPS Director Scott Zelinski, Building Official Mike Morad, Director of IT Eric Brunk, Fire Chief Bardolino, Melissa Coda, as proxy representatives of election commissioners Mayor Ballard, Commissioner Host, Commissioner Haig, Commissioner Kozowski, and Commissioner Long to conduct the public accuracy and so on.
Second.
How about so moved?
So moved.
Well, Kolb is the motion.
Oh, Kolb is making the motion,
Yeah,
so you're
okay.
seconding. Okay, good. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Cade?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes. City managers report?
No, there is not one.
I didn't think
That's
so.
on the second meeting of the month.
Yeah, no, because usually it says none, and it doesn't say.
Oh, you're right, it does
Doesn't say
usually say
none.
none.
So we move to unfinished business. The first item of unfinished business is a motion to adopt an ordinance to amend utilities, single-family stormwater management standards in order to assist in reducing the burden of unmanaged stormwater runoff in the city of Birmingham.
Hi, everyone.
Summer Allred.
How's everyone doing?
Great.
Great. Well, thank you for having me back. I really appreciate it. I have a presentation for us this time, and we hope to have a productive discussion again about the single-family stormwater management. And I want to thank you again for your comments in the last meeting. It was very helpful for us in moving forward with some edits and recommendations to our ordinance. So just to give a brief history for those in the room that may not have watched the meeting or been here, Birmingham adopted the Oakland County Stormwater Standards for commercial properties for sites greater than half an acre, but there's no equivalent for single-family homes. And we're seeing an increase of tear-downs and max lot size homes in the city of Birmingham. And Birmingham is currently approximately 50% residential by land mass, and not having any sort of stormwater standards for single-family residential has a clear impact in terms of land mass. So the cumulative effects have included more stormwater runoff and localized flooding risks and more pollutants entering the Rouge River tributary, potentially. So we're here to talk about ways that we can help mitigate that. Just really quickly, because we're going to be going over zoning standards again, we pulled up a graphic to talk about minimum open space and lot coverage, because there's going to be a lot of very specific terms that are used. So as an overview, minimum open space requirement states that 40% of the lot must be preserved as open space. So open space is the green here that you can see on this graphic. This is for single-family zoning standards. And for maximum lot coverage, 30% of the lot may be occupied by buildings or other structures. Now you can see here as well that there are some exclusions and exceptions. I can zoom in a little bit for you. Those exclusions and exceptions include decks, front porches, and 5-foot or 3-foot walkways, excuse me. So those can go above the amount of lot coverage, but in general, 60% is the rule that we use for the amount of impervious surface that is going to be allowed on any given lot, according to our zoning ordinance. There's additional open space standards as well. In R1A through R3, there's a requirement for at least 75% of the 40% minimum open space should be vegetated. So we get a little bit more prescriptive in different areas of our ordinance, but this is a high-level overview of our zoning standards. So again, some important definitions. We talked about open space, lot coverage, and impervious surface. We updated our definition within the last year. So it's a surface that restricts the infiltration of water at a high level. This was included in your packet. We're happy to discuss any of these definitions as they come up. I included an example in here to illustrate the types of max lot size homes that we're seeing more frequently in the city of Birmingham. We have some as-builts from an example on Henrietta. You can see here in this first image on the left on the screen, everything in green is currently impervious or pervious surface. It's open space. So you see the house here and the driveway and the garage has quite a significant amount of open space. And this home, when it was put under construction, there was an addition added on the back, and the driveway was reworked. You can see that there was a considerable amount of open space that was taken away. There was a new porch added off the front and a walkway. In general, we saw this property once it was constructed. We have the constructed drawings here versus the image prior, increased from approximately 41% to about 52% lot coverage. So it's a 9% or excuse me, 11% increase. So that is not maxed out, but it is quite significant. This is just an example of some of the homes that we're seeing come up.
I have a quick question.
Yes, absolutely.
So can a homeowner, by deciding to build a retention pond on their land, increase the impervious space?
No, the standards for zoning are strict. So for example, the 60% for allowed impervious surface, there's no carve-outs for if you add a specific amount of detention, you can add more, for example.
Okay.
Yes.
Why are porches excluded? Because the zoning talks about a structure with a roof, and porches have roofs.
That's a great question. Jana might be able to answer.
I have an answer for that. What I was always told anyways, in the 25 years I've worked here, is that porches were pedestrian friendly, they were neighborhood friendly, that they wanted to have porches and front walkways that connected those porches to the sidewalk to make it more community friendly.
And if you count them, nobody will build one.
So it's to encourage porches.
Yes.
Yes.
Still impervious, just like a deck.
And that's why it's an exception though, because they figured that the social value was worthwhile to allow an exception to the pervious surface.
Okay.
And has it been successful?
I would think yes,
That,
because as Mayor Pro Tem Long just said, if we didn't allow this exception, people would not build them. And you'd get more, the garage
Flat
front
front,
houses,
closed
flat
houses,
front.
yep.
Yeah, less open to the people on the street.
Well, then a second question about the coverage. If you go back to the driveways on the example, please. Just scroll back up.
Yep.
So this is a center block house that you use as an example. Where's the example where we use an end block for a house that has a minor and a major? Because every house that I've seen built in recent years that has been on the end of a block, it's had a side entrance for the garage, but the garage door has had to face the front. And so what you're forced to do is put this gigantic slab of concrete in there because everybody's got to bring their vehicle in and turn 90 degrees. And most vehicles can't do it. So why do we do that? Because that's forcing an increase in the impervious area by not allowing the garage to face the side, unlike the driveway. So it seems like we're counterproductive in our zoning requirement, and this is not showing that, which is a very frequent occurrence.
Okay, does everybody understand what he's saying? At least on the commission. Okay. I mean, you understand what he's saying?
Yes.
Okay. It's a very good point, I think. Can you address it? Or is that a building official question?
I believe that would be more appropriate for a building official. I don't know, Nick, do you please in the audience if you have any comment or color you would like to add?
And the building official's online as well, if you wanted to
Yes.
call on him.
Oh, well.
But I would say that you can have a side-facing
Yes,
garage.
you can.
You can. It's just the problem is you can't get enough driveway to fit a car in the driveway and the garage, so most people don't do it. You could do it.
I'd just be the nasty guy here. Nick, Planning Director. Maybe a fine question, but kind of off topic. I think we can explore
Well,
that
it's
later.
just impervious
but-
surface that it's generating, it's forcing a larger coverage of the driveway, which I know this later talks about replacements, but also talks about additions. So with the new build, that is an additional surface area coverage by the driveway. So that would fall into what we're looking at here because it is an increase of the non-pervious area. That's why I brought it up, because it seems like we're forcing that and not giving an easy way out. Because if I looked at that one and I transposed that one, for instance, into a side-facing garage, if you move the garage to the left-hand side of the structure, then you've got a 20-foot driveway, which will fit almost every vehicle.
And I guess by irrelevant, I just mean that this ordinance is not going to solve that. If you want to have a
But
broader
does it-
zoning conversation, we can have.
Bring in more problems than it's solving by
This
the two of
ordinance?
them not talking to each other.
I think the two of them are talking to each other because our zoning standards are, as Summer declared them. So whatever corner lot, interior lot you're building on, you're beholden to the standard of the zoning ordinance. Whether it's oriented this way or that way, I think is a different conversation.
I can add some color as well. You brought up the example that if this was a new build, right? And we'll get into the details of this in a moment. We would require them to, it would fall under the maxing out requirement. So the requirement for new builds, it would not be considered an addition. It would just be simply beholden to the square footage of the property. And the orientation of the driveway would not be pertinent to the amount of storm water they'd be required to detain. In that example.
Interesting topic, slightly off the point, but something to keep in
Concrete's
mind.
impervious, whether it's a house or whether it's a driveway. It's as
Right.
simple as that, so that's why I brought it up.
But we're not, I think she needs to go on and talk about the purposes and what we're asking people to do, which is not,
I'll get there.
yeah.
Okay, for the purpose of the project, again, for those that weren't with us last time, this is to extend stormwater management requirements to single-family constructions in addition, to hopefully reduce the burden on the stormwater, on the sewer system and combined sewer, and to satisfy a direct action item in our Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan that was ratified in September of 2024, which is to require stormwater detention or infiltration on all new single-family construction. This directly ties into our target to increase capacity for the infiltration or capture of an additional 500,000 gallons of stormwater per rain event by 2035 as laid out in our plan. So, big picture zooming out, what will trigger these new requirements? Falls into two buckets. One is new construction or complete demolition and rebuild, including tear down projects. Or the addition of impervious surface exceeding 100 square feet per project. Projects under 100 square feet of new impervious surface would be exempt. The requirement for replacement projects has been removed in the proposed ordinance language. A standard replacement, such as a driveway, that does not increase impervious surface, would not trigger stormwater requirements. So if someone is coming to put in their new driveway, even if they increase it a little bit on either side, but it falls below the 100 square foot threshold, it would not trigger stormwater requirements. I want to make that very clear. That was something that there was a concern from the commission last time, and that has been resolved in this new ordinance language. I have taken, again, the advice of the commission and provided some concrete examples for you of how this stormwater ordinance would be laid out. And there's no way to do this without going through some numbers and some math, so I'm going to walk us through it, and don't hesitate to ask questions at the end of each example. I've included multiple different types of projects and as well as different size lots to hopefully illustrate a clear picture of what this ordinance could do. So I chose a lot on Madison Street. We have the engineering plans for this to show what the stormwater system is underneath, so it was a great example for us to use. And this is all using the worksheet that we used prior to reach our calculations. So our site details for this site are 10,935 square foot lot. This project is a complete tear down and rebuild. And natural and constructed measures would be permitted per our ordinance. So it would be a 60% constructed permitted versus 40% natural. So step one in our worksheet is determine maximum permitted impervious area. So that would be multiplied by 0.6, which is the impervious surface amount that would be permitted on that lot, times the amount of square footage of the lot size. That number is 6,561 square feet. So that would be the amount of area that they're capturing for, regardless of whether or not they actually build 6,561 square feet of impervious surface, because they'd never have to see us again. If they added an addition on the back, as long as it is within their open space requirements, which our building department would determine, they won't have to do any additional stormwater capture. They're already capturing for it. From there, we calculate the required storage volume, which is multiplying the square feet of permitted impervious area times 0.08, which is the first inch of rainwater runoff in any given storm event. So that's how that number is calculated, and that's the amount that we're detaining for, is 0.08. And that then requires 524.88 cubic feet of storage. Cubic feet, not gallons. That's important. Cubic feet is a larger volume than gallons. In our worksheet, we provide multiple examples of treatment measures that they're able to use, and I've gone through the trouble of just randomly selecting some. Now, these would not have to be prescriptive. They're not required to add a swale. They're not required to do a stormwater drain with a restrictor. They can choose and prove to us what measures they would be. But this is the example that we chose, and I'll explain why in a second. I'm going to move down to the next slide to illustrate something for you. So when going through building a new house, the engineering department is also concerned with water runoff. Particularly, the engineering department is looking to see if any water is being pushed to the neighbors by the addition of this new home or any new project occurring on this site. So there is a stormwater review, but it's not looking at the same thing that our stormwater ordinance would be looking at, which is more specifically looking at infiltration and detention. They're looking to make sure that we're not pushing any water to their neighbors. In this plan, they were required by engineering to add a swale at the back of the property here. So there was a proposed swale running the length of the property in the rear. And if I zoom in, you can see there's two proposed catch basins back here that connect via a PVC pipe, a 6-inch PVC pipe that runs across the rear of the property here and down the side yard and connects to the stormwater drain up front here. So these are requirements that engineering is already going to require that this property install. And in order to make it as user-friendly as possible in our ordinance, we would allow the homeowner to count that infrastructure towards their maximum impervious surface detention. So for example, by adding a restrictor, which is one of the examples that I allow them to use, I'm going to scroll back up, we're saying that they can use that stormwater drain with restrictor that would already be going to be installed in their pipes and count that volume that's going to be detained in those pipes towards their stormwater detention.
What's a restrictor? Can you?
Yeah, a restrictor is something that goes on the end of stormwater pipes before it goes into the sewer and controls the flow rate in which that water would flow into the sewer system. So without a restrictor in a rain event, we would possibly see...
Makes the diameter smaller.
Yes, correct. So we would see the rain coming in, it would flow straight into the sewer system. Without it, with the restrictor, it would back up in the PVC pipe and allow for detention on site. Now, this isn't connected to a basement, this is external infrastructure, so it's not at risk for like back up into the home sort of. Detention.
They might have a pool of water in their backyard temporarily until it drained.
Not necessarily. The way that these systems are designed is they're just designed for a certain amount of detention. So it would more likely gather in these proposed catch basins, and maybe there'd be a pool in a unicorn event on top of the catch basin, but it would be unlikely with the stormwater infrastructure that it would just be like a pond in their backyard, for example. Yes.
So in your example, you say, in this particular example, 10-inch pipe would be 154.44 cubic feet.
Correct.
That's 280 linear feet of 10-inch pipe. 1 foot is 0.55 cubic feet. Where are you going to get 280-foot long lots? Does that mean it's multiple parallel pipes?
So what we did here is we just added up the length of this pipe and the length of this pipe on the lot, and calculated the amount of storage volume with 10-inch pipes that would hold with a restrictor.
Oh, because that says a 6-inch pipe under the swale.
Correct, which is why we would propose a 10-inch pipe, which would allow for more volume. So the exact engineering, just to be clear, the engineering suggestion for this example before this ordinance was to put in a 6-inch pipe to make sure those would adequately get the water to the street. In order to detain a higher volume of water, to make it easier on the homeowner in terms of the amount of different sort of treatment measures they would have to select, we would recommend that they increase that to 10 inches. Or, again, the homeowner is going to be in charge here. They're going to be able to pick whatever treatment measures they like. If they'd like to do a 6-inch pipe and plant X number of trees to offset that, that would also be completely acceptable. But in this case, for this easy math example, I'm illustrating 10 inches.
So this concept of stormwater detention, holding it back, letting it flow in slowly, is that until this takes effect? Do people do this at all?
In the city of Birmingham, I don't have data specifically to know. Melissa Cota may have more information because from engineering reviews,
voluntary though, right?
It would be completely voluntary, absolutely.
So I'm going to venture a guess that it's rare.
I would agree with that.
But it's done.
Okay. And the engineer is nodding her head. Very rare.
I'm going to get through the math just so that we can move on from this example or answer any more questions about it. We would include the swale in the calculations here for the detention. So there's a proposed swale along the rear yard. We're counting that linear footage according to our calculations. And one of the things that is a huge asset in our in our worksheet is the preservation of mature trees capture a large amount of water and can hold a large amount of water. And so in this example, by just preserving this large backyard tree, they would be able to calculate up to 266.87 cubic feet of volume just for preserving that tree. There's a mathematical formula for determining the offset of water for mature trees and the amount of water that they hold and the value that they add. And by preserving this tree, which the property owner did not elect to do in their construction process, that tree went down, they may consider keeping that tree in the future because it could count towards their stormwater requirements. And that's something that we've heard quite frequently from our community representatives, that they are looking for the preservation of more trees as well. So we were trying to take both into consideration here.
It doesn't really help with detention of water, though, does it?
No.
It's just an exception, sort of, a feel-good way to...
The amount of water and the benefit that the mature trees add in the moment to the property and the amount of volume of water that they help absorb is quite large. Without that tree, you would see a lot more, possibly, standing water. Roots do a lot of work to get water back down into the water table. So the math is quite large because not only can the tree hold it, but it can also add a lot of ability to get water back down into the water table underneath. So it's less feel good and more practical.
Commissioner Haig.
What's a mature tree? What makes it mature? Is there an age limit?
Big.
We have not defined mature tree in this ordinance, but we would be open to doing so.
The reason I ask that is thinking of all of the issues we have with city easement trees. We have an extreme predominance of maples, and the lifespan of a maple is between 50 and 60 practical years. At 70 to 80, we know we're at risk based off city trees because we see them failing. So a mature tree is probably not going to last. So let's say someone builds their house and they don't damage the root structure, which has been damaged by this house because the root structure goes as far as the canopy. So you can see that there's already damage. So let's say the tree survives, but it's got 5 years left. Now what? They just went and they got a credit for 266 cubic feet, and now it's not there anymore. How do we handle that? Because that tree is on that, a mature tree is a ticking clock. Mm-hmm. It has a finite amount of time left that is easily measurable. It would take exceptional trees like, say, hackberries or oaks that will not be on that ticking clock, but most of our trees. So,
got the question. Let's get the answer.
Yeah, that's a great question. So this is something that we've talked about in depth with internally with planning, but also with engineering and building in terms of keeping up with, once we grant these, how are we going to make sure that these measures stay put? One thing that we emphasize is that whenever a project is done that requires a permit, we will be going out to that site. If we notice that that tree is gone, we will be requiring them, if they have done something else, to mitigate that difference and going through that process to make sure that, to the best of our ability, that the amount is recouped back through additional proposed measures. So if that tree does come down, that would be a concern for us, and we would want to work with that homeowner to correct that and mitigate that, maybe by planting several more trees, perhaps by adding in a different built infrastructure, but there would be a review that would be done.
But that's during the construction process. Well,
Yeah, he's talking about 5 years.
Yeah,
later.
I've lived there for 5 years. The tree's died since then. Now what?
This is, excuse me for not being clear, this would be any time in the future. So if there's anything that comes under review for this property, we would have the ability to go out and review it. Additionally, we're encouraging people to use this and apply for our stormwater credits. Stormwater credits have to be renewed every 3 years, and you have to prove every 3 years that those things are still on the site in order to get your credit. And sometimes that amount of money is quite significant, depending. So
the credit is for what?
Stormwater utility credit.
On your sewer bill.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
We don't do that now, do we?
Yeah,
yes, we do. Yeah. We had an example in our...
It's all detailed on the city's website. It's been there for 10 years,
This
at least.
seems like a lot of enforcement.
There's a lot of admin work here.
Heard of it.
Okay. Is that the 154 cubic feet that this guy got for, oh, wait. No, the 266 cubic feet that he got for that tree, that seems like a lot compared with the swale and the stormwater drain with 10-inch pipes. He's getting a big bonus for a tree that he could cut down, right?
I would say that this is, again, this is just an example. So if...
How did you come up with the 266 cubic feet?
There's a formula for mature trees. It's done by the diameter of the canopy. There's a specific math formula in the worksheet that we included, which is one of the reasons why we did not define canopy or mature tree, because you can calculate it just by the canopy size.
So I think his point, I would agree. That you require them to put in the stormwater drain with a restrictor and 10-inch pipes. They're not pulling that out of the ground. They put it in, it's going to work.
Until it clogs up.
Until it clogs. Which it will.
Right. And, okay, well, and this is a much less permanent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The enforcement burden seems huge.
Yeah.
Because you're not just going to drive by and go, wait, that's missing that tree.
Okay, go on.
I'm going to move on to another example that we can discuss. The Shirley Road example is using a large lot size with the addition of a 499 square foot patio. We kept it under 500 square feet for a reason, because at 500 square feet, that triggers the requirement for, or the ability to use constructed and natural measures. And I wanted to show you a most intense version of only requiring what natural measures could look like. So you're building up to the max, but are required to only use natural measures. So for this example, it would fall under the additions section, which would be to determine the constructed impervious area. They're adding a 499 square foot patio, and they'd be required to detain 39.92 cubic feet of water. So in this example, we selected a rain barrel, an 80-gallon rain barrel. It's a standard size. They come in 55 through 90 gallons, and two caliper trees, which equate for 30 cubic feet. I give two examples here of what a rain barrel could look like and a type of tree. On this lot, outlined in red here is the addition of the patio. So a 499 square foot addition off the back here. And placing a rain barrel under a downspout off to the side down here, and two trees to the rear of the property. These trees could go anywhere on the lot. They could be put in the front. They could be put in the middle of the yard. We're not dictating location. Instead, we're just asking that they be installed. So this is an example.
And a 2-inch tree might mature at 6 inches, or it might mature at 16 inches, right?
Correct.
And obviously, we would rather have a 16-inch tree is going to suck up more water.
One of the things that we would make sure that we do is we provide a species list of approved trees that would be eligible for this benefit, so that we would have some level of understanding of what those trees would grow to be. And that's relatively standard. So this is an example of an addition.
Is it standard, the amount of credit you get for each tree? Or do you get more credit for a bigger tree and less credit for a smaller tree?
At this time, it is standard. We've proposed a standard amount. It's essentially the amount of water that size at that time will benefit.
Is there any merit to giving more credit for what will eventually be a much bigger tree?
It's something we can consider. And the last example that I proposed is a smaller lot. One of the things that we discussed was making sure that there was a variety of lot sizes in the last meeting that were given as examples. So this is a 7,721 square foot lot, and they're adding a 250 square foot patio to this property. So it would fall under the addition section of the worksheet. We would determine, again, step one is determine the amount, multiply by 0.08 in step two, so they'd be required to detain 20 cubic feet of water volume. In this example, we selected to do just a rain garden to show what a rain garden might look like on site. The required size of that rain garden, within reason, the numbers are flexible as long as they equate to the right amount of cubic feet detained, is a 9x3 rain garden. And on this property, you can see here that the proposed patio is here on the lot. Their neighbor to the south has the exact same patio. I did the math. It's taking this property to 51% open or 51% impervious space, so it was well within their ability to do. And the 3x9 rain garden is back here under a downspout on their garage. So that's roughly the size that the rain garden would have to be to mitigate that runoff. There was concern at the last commission meeting to make sure there was still space to, play with your kids and be able to run around outside and not have it be super disruptive. So this is an example that illustrates the size. One of the biggest things that we then discussed was next steps and how we would go about administering this. We would propose that this ordinance go live instead of in a week like is normal ahead of a city commission meeting, that this ordinance would go live January 1st, 2027. So we would have a little under 6 months to make sure that the internal processes are really tight between engineering, building, and planning for review processes. We've already had conversations determining who would do what and the roles and responsibilities in terms of review and enforcement, but making sure that those processes are very clear. And in addition, make sure that our home builders and our homeowners in the city of Birmingham are aware of these requirements coming live, give them time to educate, give us time to educate them about it, and make appropriate shifts internally. So we have several meetings that we're getting set up with builders to discuss the specific implications of this for conversation and just internal process in general. And we are planning on attending the home builders meeting in October to discuss these changes as well. And obviously we're more than happy to do newsletter articles and do broader communications along with social media with this change. So happy to have some more discussion about it.
Happy to give you more. Do any other communities do this?
Yes, within the state of Michigan, Ann Arbor is one of the most stringent. Grand Rapids also has single-family stormwater requirements as well.
Similar to what you're proposing?
Correct.
And if a homeowner, some of these things, the requirements, like to make sure the tree is still there, does that flow through to the next owner of the property?
I can't speak to how other cities do that. For us, it would be tied to the property.
Yes, please.
I'm concerned about how this works in practice for a homeowner that adds a sport court or whatever. Are there going to be additional permits required, additional review fees? And it sounds like in order to turn in a document, if you want to put in a patio, you're going to have to hire somebody to do a drawing for you that the city would accept.
To answer that question, that was one of our major concerns, was that requiring a person putting in a patio to do a full survey would be completely unreasonable. That would be thousands of dollars in additional expenses and would not be a fair burden, in our opinion, on residents. The initial conversations that we've had on our end for the logistical process is that this worksheet would be slotted into our existing permitting processes. So when someone would go through the process to build a patio, this worksheet would be included in that application and would not require an additional fee at this time. Again, that's something that we're going to work through internally, but at the initial conversations for us, we're not concerned at this junction to require it be a completely different set of application fees.
But what kind of documentation are you going to require from the homeowner that doesn't involve them hiring an architect or a civil engineer or somebody to do a plan?
Do you want to go ahead? Okay, so what we do currently, I'll give an example. I'll give an outdoor dining example because it's actually a decent parallel. We accept hand-drawn plans. So if someone is coming in to put a patio in, that homeowner would be well within their right to submit a scale-to-scale drawing detailing where their patio would be and showing on their hand-drawn plan where they're proposing to put a rain barrel or a tree. So they would not, in my opinion, be required to hire a outside architect or landscape architect in order to administer these requirements. The paperwork they'd be required to submit would be a plan to show what they're putting in. They would need to do that anyway. If they're putting in a patio and there's permits required, they need to show what they're putting in. And the only thing that would be added would be the indication of where they're putting trees or where they're putting a rain barrel or where they're putting a rain garden, for example, to that plan.
May I, Mayor Baller?
Please.
I just wanted to reemphasize, in case it wasn't clear, that part of our design process for this was to make sure that we're not, for example, requiring someone to get a survey that's very expensive if they weren't already required to get it. So, long story short, we're slotting this in very seamlessly, in our opinion. And in our opinion, the review for this is quite easy. It's kind of simple math. We need to know the square footage of what you're doing and what treatment measures you're proposing, and the two numbers have to line up. It's not a very detailed engineering level review of grades and slopes and what have you. Dare I say simple, but it's a rather simple review to just kind of slot in existing processes.
Just to be clear, the Planning Department and the Environmental Sustainability Committee are recommending this, but it's going to be up to who to administer it? Engineering and
Well, it'll be part of
community
the
development?
permitting process, which is kind of done by building, planning, and engineering. They all have a role in the permitting process.
Community development, in fact.
You guys don't have much role in the
Yes, we do.
in the residential plan review?
In the residential plan review, no, not as much in the residential side.
Where does enforcement sit?
You mean would,
So back to Andrew's example. House was built, they've done the plan to remediate their square footage, tree comes down.
and they cut down their tree.
They chose to cut down their tree.
Storm knocks it down. Make it even more, storm knocks it down.
I think what some are saying is there would be a requirement that they offset that. So they would have to put in, say, 3 new trees or 4 new trees to offset the removal of the big tree.
That's not the question. The question is, who's overseeing it and
To make sure those 3 or 4 trees.
forcing them to do it? Who's
Yeah,
the
put in.
enforcer?
What's the consequences of not putting in
And I
3 or
think
4
she
more
said
trees?
only if they came to the city for another project. But if they never come to the city for another project, there's no review, and
it's gone.
I understand what you're saying. It's a code enforcement issue. It's not going to be perfect.
But what's
But
the
at least it's
enforcement?
better. The enforcement is that we would have code go out there. If engineering determined that there are engineering building planners are always out there on inspections. If they determine that the tree is missing, then we would have code enforcement go out there and replace it with what's required. But are we going to catch all of them?
But
No.
where he's going, and where they're going is, tree comes down. Naturally, unnaturally, the tree's gone. Oh, homeowner, you need to put in 4 new trees. No. Now what? No, I can't put it in. It wrecks the way I built my house. It destroys my landscaping. No. Now
Well,
what?
We have,
That's actually built into the code.
yeah. No, you can go ahead.
No.
I was going to say it's built into the code that would be technically a misdemeanor according to our ordinance. So it would be enforceable by law.
All right, then within what's been asked here, I'm reading through the existing descriptions for rain gardens and bioswales. You talked about, just build it. If you go back to your earlier example of the size of the rain garden, would you please scroll up a couple? Because I'm curious about how this one works as well. So this one, you talk about cubic feet, so you've got a 9 foot by 3 foot rain garden. Our current rain garden requirement says a minimum of at least 130 square feet, or 3 feet by 42 feet.
It doesn't call it out.
This doesn't do anything, because the current one says at least 130 square feet, and you only get $15 a year for it. So I've gone and built a rain garden that's in the case of most of the houses in the part of the city I live in, it's the entire width of the lot, and it's 3 feet deep.
To be clear, you're talking about the stormwater credits, correct?
It's stormwater credits, but it's talking about the size of a rain garden or bioswale for the existing credits. And that has to match what we say here, because this is talking about getting a stormwater credit.
No.
Fundamentally, no, this is a stormwater credit for impervious surface. This is removing impervious surface or an impervious surface offset. It comes down to the same thing. It's retention of rainwater.
Okay, let them respond, because they're shaking their head.
That the homeowner is welcome to apply for stormwater credits. If the stormwater credit is more, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick or Jana or Tracy, if it's more strict than what the requirement would be for our stormwater ordinance, then they simply would not qualify for that specific credit. Not necessarily that the definitions of a rain garden are mismatched, if that makes sense.
It seems like there's conflicting requirements, because this is specifically talking about the runoff from at least 50% of the main home's roof area or equivalent per paved surface area must be diverted to the rain garden or bioswale. So what we're talking about is the diversion of impervious rainfall to a pervious or an absorber or a retention mechanism. To get $15 a year, I need to put in 130 square feet today. This is, was it 21 square feet? Not even. 27, beg your pardon.
But this is different from the stormwater credit requirements. This is saying that there's no stormwater standards in place for single-family residential. If you do adopt this ordinance, it puts some requirements in place which will help with flooding, right? It'll help to contain the stormwater. It'll help to release it slowly. It will assist with flooding in the neighborhoods. It makes it better than it is. It doesn't necessarily guarantee you a stormwater credit against your bill.
No, it's not necessarily credit. It's just that we're already trying to do that and give people a financial incentive. And what we're asking people to do for financial incentive is worthless. I mean, 130 square feet or more, depending on the amount of roof runoff being diverted to, blah, blah, blah. But that's for the smallest minimum. And so now we're talking about the amount that we want to offset for impervious surface, so it actually is just to try and retain it anyway. Yeah, okay, it's going to help, but again, what's the enforcement mechanism? What's the big brother going to be? Who's paying for all of the big brother that's going on? And then ultimately, we're going to go after half the city and say, oh, you know what, you've all got misdemeanors. Do you want to watch property value go to zero?
Okay, I'm going to try to
happen.
Commissioner Haig, I'm going to try to move this conversation along. We have a lot of ordinances, laws that are difficult to enforce, and people skirt them all the time. People speed on our streets, whatever. I think here the question is, we're a policy-making body. Do we support this? First of all, do we support this idea in general? Without nitpicking, is this something the commission is inclined to be in favor of? Because if everybody says, nah, we're not Ann Arbor, we don't want to do this, screw it, throw it out, you're wasting your time. That's not my position. I think it's a good idea. Without nitpicking it right now, enforcement, I think we ought to get some sense of whether you agree with the concept or not. And then let's move on from there. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll check. So first off, thank you for putting this together. And in response to the mayor, I broadly agree with the concept. That I think there is value in trying to get the residential properties, of which it's a large proportion of the city, and increasingly they are a large proportion of the lots are impervious surface. And so I certainly support the idea that if you're going to knock down the house and dig up the whole lot anyway, why not put in some fatter pipes and a couple more trees, and then, people's, basements will stop backflowing. I think I'm certainly on board with that. And I think there is a lot of nitpicking, though, to go on existing stuff. I'm happy to go into some of my nitpicks right now, and I have a couple broader questions, if you'd rather I stick to those.
I think.
All right,
You
I'll start
wanted to
broad.
get a sense first.
I'd like to
You wanna get the
real
sense
quick
first?
get a sense if
All right.
people are supportive of the concept in general. Commissioner Host.
This is a step in the right direction.
I'm supportive for new construction where there's already going to be a survey and there's an opportunity to encourage saving trees. I'm not in supportive for the 500 square foot patio example. I'm very glad you took out the replacement driveways because I was definitely against that. You'd have, maybe for major additions, over some percentage of the existing square footage, again, where a survey and permitting already has to happen. If it's significant enough that there's got to be groundwork done, yes, but otherwise, I think it's too intrusive.
I'm broadly supportive. I would agree with Commissioner Long's comments.
And kind of where Commissioner Kozlowski is that, yeah, to your exact reason, we know we have flooding. We're on clay. It's as simple as that. We don't get permeability, so that's a problem to begin with. So we need to do something, but this is too intrusive. It is a little bit too, there's too much mental gymnastics going on here to make things fit into a picture. And there are too many loopholes and just to say, workarounds being created and then telling everybody, well, you're a bad person, we're going to write you up for a misdemeanor because you didn't do something on your own house that we're going to force you to pay for because circumstances drove something different. No. What it also feels to me as though we're doing, by going into this level of it, this is Nero fiddling while Rome burned. We've got bigger problems in this city than this. This is not a big deal for us right now. We've got other things we need to work on. Okay. So this is not high priority.
Are you arguing against applying this to new construction? Or
no, new construction for the reasons that Mayor Pro Tem gave, absolutely.
Okay,
it's getting torn out anyway,
let's try to agree that we...
It needs to be ratcheted back right now.
Let's try to agree that we are broadly and maybe even specifically supportive of this for new construction.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We're getting somewhere, right? Is there a way to enact it for new construction as we continue to develop acceptable ways of applying it to, what do you want to call it? Not new.
Additions or
Additions,
expansions?
improvements, expansions, right. Is that, are most of the nitpicking, am I correct in picking it up, get it, that it applies to the non-new construction, the additions, right?
Well,
You said you had.
I still have
All right, why don't you
broad
say what you got?
questions.
Because I'm trying to get us to somewhere.
Right. So one of my questions is about the sort of the treating of the preservation of a tree as a stormwater offset. I guess I'm not entirely sure what the logic is there. And in general, I question, we seem to favor the natural over the constructed methods. And it wasn't really clear to me why. Why not just say, hey, if a 10-inch pipe is good, a 14-inch pipe is great. Just put it all in the pipe, and it's not going to hit the system. No basement flooding. Problem solved.
That's a great question. I can answer that. When the stormwater goes into a constructed measure, it's going into the sewer system. We are not seeing infiltration of the water down into the water table on that site. It's being taken off site and put into the system. So the intention of the ordinance, with the language that we've constructed in our Birmingham Green Plan, is to infiltrate that water back down into the soil.
And we have some reason to believe that infiltration is a problem.
Correct.
Lack of it.
Lack of infiltration.
Exactly.
Is a problem.
Like, we are not infiltrating as much as we used to,
Correct.
and there are some problems. What are those problems?
Well, one of the things that we discussed is the soil type that we have here. There being a high amount of clay means that that water is going to sit right on top without correct infiltration measures. One of the great added benefits of something like a rain garden is those roots break up the clay and allow that water to get down into the water table. So that's an example where if we're adding a natural measure, it allows that water to get infiltrate down into the soil. Is that your question?
Kind of. I thought we were making some broader environmental point about the importance of infiltration. You're saying that, but I feel like that's then we're just saying, well, natural measures are good because they allow for more retention.
Keep the water on the site.
Yes.
And out of the
But
sources.
then I'm saying mechanical versus non-mechanical, it should be 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
No, mechanical sends it in, eventually sends it into the sewer.
Yeah, but who cares? That's my question. As long as it's not.
I think we care how much.
We care because of flooding and neighbors' basements and
I know, but
combined
that's
sewer
what I'm saying, is if you have an adequate constructed measure to prevent the flooding, why is that inferior? We're saying you must do natural measures for a significant portion of this, and I'm saying, what's wrong with doing 100%, the same amount of retention, but 100% constructed measures?
Because you're putting it all into the sewer system.
Eventually.
No, it's still got a fairly high rate flow with the constrictor, but to go where you're going, but not quite, what I wanted to ask is, all the examples haven't made any discussion of the type of pipe or how it's laid in there, because if we put it in French drains or dry well construction, where it's a trench, gravel, perforated pipe, water goes in, it then also goes to the gravel, and it slows it down because that then creates infiltration at the depth.
Right.
The pipe to get into the sewer system is probably going to be about 8-9 feet down. So the amount of time it would take the first inch of rain to get 8 feet down is days. In our soil, it's days. Well, if we can take it 8 feet down to begin with and then start the infiltration, throw permeability out from the pipes, that's an accumulator. All it is an accumulator with a slow flow out. Why don't we have something like that discussed here? Because that's so easy to put in.
Answer the question.
I'm going to make a broader point. The worksheet, the math that's added here, other than the 0.08, none of that is in the ordinance language that is in your packet to approve today. That is all internal processes that can be amended and adapted based on feedback. So for example, the mix and match worksheet, which was in your packet, which discusses the different types of measures, the pipes, the trees, all of that lives outside of the ordinance. I just wanted to make that clear, that is something that we can continue to work and communicate about without it affecting the ordinance. So I wanted to make that big picture here, and maybe Nick has more comments about that as well.
Yes, thank you for letting me come up again. We also generally consider something like a dry well where you store water in there and it eventually seeps into the ground as a natural measure. That's a natural hydrological function. So it may be constructed, you may be building a well, but just the simple fact that it's leaching into the ground instead of going out into a pipe is a natural function. So I don't want to make it seem like you can only do a rain garden or a tree. That's why we can include things like rain barrels as a natural measure, because that water will eventually get infiltrated through gardening or what have you. I just wanted to make that distinction as well. So it could be that someone wipes a lot and everything's underground, but they're dry wells or perforated pipe or what have you. So just wanted to make that distinction as well.
Okay, I would really like to move this forward. Not necessarily, I'm not saying I want to approve everything, but we're policymakers, they're the administrators. I have a high degree of trust in the work they do, and I'd love to see a motion of some sort. Yes, Commissioner Host.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance to amend Part 2 of the City Code, Chapter 114-Utilities, and to add Article 7-Single-Family Stormwater Management Standards in order to assist in reducing the burden of unmanaged stormwater runoff in the city of Birmingham.
And that is the suggested resolution?
Yep.
That is suggested, which
Thank you.
includes new construction and additions.
It should include an effective date of January 1st, 2027.
Do I have a second?
Can we do it just for new construction? Can we make it?
Only if it's
Well,
amended to say.
Let's see if there's a second. If there's no second, somebody else can make another motion.
I'm sort of struggling with making a motion because we're just making a motion for something that hasn't been written. Because there's suggested language here, but now the suggested language has to be changed. So would it not be more accurate to say, come back with a modification that references only new construction, and then it would be a much easier motion without having to assume the language will be what we want after the motion has been made?
Is that?
You could do that, but I can tell you what you would strike. 114-453B, you would strike, and you would strike the second part of the chart, and then you would strike 454B and D.
Why would we strike 453B? That's adding impervious areas exceeding 100 square feet. That's an addition, that's new construction, by definition.
Oh, I thought you were saying you only wanted it when there was a new construction of a brand-new home. Tear the home down, put a new one up.
That was my,
That's what she was saying, but technically speaking, if you add something, it is a new construction, but that's where the pro tem was saying.
Yeah.
Do you want to have people doing all of these architectural drawings for an addition?
That's why I'd say you'd strike B.
But by the nature of the beast, it's a new construction.
Hold on.
That's what
You're
I
the
want to be
attorney.
written.
Yeah.
I'm going to rely on whether you think we need to come back, or you think we can go with striking this, striking that.
I think it's best to come back. I do have one question, though, for clarification, because if you don't mind.
Sure.
There was additions, and I know Mayor Pro Tem mentioned that sometimes additions may require a site plan. It may be larger than normal.
I would support only brand-new home builds at this
Only
point.
brand
Complete demolition and rebuild.
Complete demolition and rebuild, or complete new home on a vacant piece of property, should there be one.
Yep, I'm on board with that.
And then give it a year or two and then come back and see if we want it. I'm also concerned about, we talk about aging in place, and seniors may need to do first-floor bedroom additions and stuff, and I do not want that kind of burden on them.
Then I suggest
Agreed.
that we make the modifications in-house and bring it back.
I'm fine with that.
I'm good with that.
Okay, then you've gotten sufficient direction, no motion
There's a comment.
necessary. Go on.
David Bloom.
We're not doing anything.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Well, I have some questions that may affect what's going on, at least in terms of the ordinance. The first one was the swale. I'm not exactly understanding what that is. When I think of swales, I think of Beverly Hills and what's going on in the front of the yards by the street, and there's no sewer and everything is connected. Is this connected in the back? Are the swales connected to anything where it drains off, or are we creating a pool in the backyard next to the fence in front of the neighbor?
Yeah, so the swale in the example that I showed is connected to the storm drains. The swale serves a purpose to funnel the water to those storm drains so they can be removed from the property.
So if there's a swale, it's basically a sort of a trench, and it's connecting to the sewers in the front of the house.
It depends on the type of swale constructed, but in general, that tends to be the type of swale most commonly used, yes.
Okay, but I'm not so sure how great of an idea that is. Maybe if it goes into a drain or something.
Let's not
like that.
engage in
Okay.
a discussion.
Okay. The next thing is, in terms of the carve-outs for square footage for the lot coverage, one of the carve-outs that was mentioned is you allow for a 3-foot sidewalk walking up to the house. A lot of the houses built now don't have 3-foot sidewalks, they have 5 or more. And to me, it's not clear if someone has a 5-foot sidewalk, if the whole thing counts as impervious surface, or if it's 3 feet or the 2 feet. And I would like to ask for some clarification in the ordinance, so it's very clear what is legal and what isn't, because right now, it's this 3C something, there's some addendum.
Okay, I think we get your question. The
Yeah,
city manager has
Yeah,
an
that's a
answer.
building department question, and it's not relevant to this particular, I understand your question, that you want clarification.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer off the top of my
If we're redoing
head.
the ordinance, then
But this is not redoing the impervious surface ordinance, this is a stormwater ordinance.
Okay.
When we redo our zoning ordinance, you could bring up that question.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. The next question is, if we're putting in pipes with the restrictor, I think the mayor mentioned the pipes are going to clog up. So 5 years, 7 years, 10 years into the life of a new home, pipe clogs up, it's not working. Does anybody know? Is there any way to deal with it? Who's responsible? I mean, is it good until it doesn't work anymore and then it stays not working? Or what happens with the home that has that kind of system installed that's not working?
Should I answer?
Sure. I think the question is, what's the useful life of this stuff? And
Yeah. The typical lifespan of a restrictor varies depending on the type. It would be relatively obvious if it failed due to, during a storm event, the backup. If it was clogged, for example. I do not know off the top of my head this difference in statistics between a pipe failure versus a restrictor failure and the common occurrence thereof.
thank you.
My next question is this something that should also go to the planning board or would benefit from going through the planning board?
Thank you. Planning board's got their hands full. Okay.
But actually, I got a question based on what he just asked, though. What happened to the swales that we used to have? Because you can go around parts of town, you can still see where the swales were at the back of the yards. I was just thinking about it just now. In Pembroke area, you can still see the depressions between houses where the back fence line goes. That was an engineered swale when they were built 50 years ago. What happened to that? Because that was doing exactly what he's getting. It connected lot to lot to lot and allowed the natural gradient to flow it down to the street slowly. So we used to have it. The whole area was built like that. Beverly Hills was more obvious because they got more problems, but we had it too.
She wasn't around.
Yeah, I wasn't
And
born yet,
I
sorry.
haven't been creeping around people's backyards to know. So,
You don't have any friends?
I go back to my original question. So if the bias is towards natural, why wouldn't, if the owner is willing to build a retention pond, be the ideal answer? If they're willing to take up 300 square feet of the back of their lot and build a 200-gallon retention pond,
Koi pond.
and they don't mind the standing water and potential for mosquitoes, if they want to do it, have at it.
I don't know the building code requirements that would prevent that, other than potential neighbor complaints with mosquitoes. I don't know if Jana, you had any insight to that?
No, I don't know the answer. Could they do it?
Yeah.
I don't know what the requirements would be if they were allowed to do that.
Right.
Because then it's a body of water that you're purposely keeping there, and does it have to be fenced and all of that stuff.
Fair enough.
okay, great. Thank you so much. Excellent. You stood up under withering questioning and
It's for the good of the people, right?
cross-examination. We now move to unfinished business, and the
No.
first, no?
New business.
I mean, new business. And the first item is actually a public hearing. It's not labeled on the agenda as such, but I believe in the packet it is. So it is 8:28 PM, and I'm going to open public hearing regarding, this is regarding, help me out, guys.
South Eaton Water Main Project Contract Number 10-26, parens P, hearing of necessity for water lateral special assessment district.
Thank you, Commissioners. The engineering department has created a PowerPoint slides for you to review. So this is a South Eaton Water Main Project, hearing of necessity for water lateral special assessment district. The overview, the project limits for this are between Humphrey Avenue to East Lincoln Street. The project includes new water main prior to the LAP NDOT project of paving and bike lanes that is coming up next year. That's going to be from 14 Mile to Maple Road. The special assessment district water laterals are going to be paid in full by the owners at 100% of the costs. So general construction information. Currently, we have a 8-inch installed water main that is from 1920. It is over 100 years old, and we've had several water main breaks on it so far. I think in the last decades, we've had approximately 5 water main breaks on that run. So we're proposing an 8-inch ductile iron pipe that has a service life of approximately 50 to 100 years. And as you can see, this is an existing 4-inch water main on Bird Avenue that we found last year. This was installed in 1931, and as you can see, it's actually more of a 3-inch, and it's got a lot of debris in there. Our city policy is to protect our infrastructures and public investments with capital improvement projects in public roadways. So the water laterals, we're going to be replacing all the water services that are 60 years old or anything that's less than 1 inch or made of basically unsuitable material. All unsuitable water services will be replaced with a 1-inch diameter copper service. So as I stated, the assessment is going to be 100% to the property owner. The costs can be paid in either a lump sum or over time with interest. The interest rate will be confirmed at the confirmation of roll. And then we have received bids from Brigadier, and the current costs are $50 per linear foot for 1-inch diameter copper service and 35-inch per 1-inch diameter with this horizontally directionally drilled pipe. The cost was cheaper to directionally drill than open cut the road.
So does that mean that's what you're going to do?
We have sections where we're currently basically directionally drilling it, and then there's sections where we're going to have to open cut, I believe, because of what we got underneath Eaton at the moment. There's busy intersections and stuff that we need to have open cut. But yeah, there's areas where it's like 65 feet of run where the water main is on one side and properties are on the other, as you can see, and we're going to basically directionally drill those.
So some laterals will, we're talking laterals only. Some
Correct.
laterals will be directionally drilled, and those people will pay less than.
Yes,
the
and those
people
are
who
much longer runs. Yeah.
Okay.
Per foot with more feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And you can see those are the limits of the project. So you can see there, it's from East Lincoln on the north there, and then we go south all the way down to Humphrey. And these are the Sidwell numbers. We've got, I think, about 25 properties on there. And then the engineering department recommends that the city commission declare necessity and approve the SAD for South Eaton Water Main Project for water laterals. Should the commission approve the SAD, a public hearing of confirmation of the role will be held on July 27th. Is there any questions?
First, we're going to go to the public, and we'll introduce to the public Mark Akram, our assistant city engineer. He was introduced to us earlier.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we all know who's talking to us. And if you are in the public, this is a public hearing. If you want to say something, have a question, a comment, a concern, now's the time. If you want to register opposition or what do you call it?
Protest?
Protest.
Reserve your right to protest.
Reserve your right to protest. You should do that now. If you're online, use the raise your hand function. Seems like everybody's happy with having their new laterals, so nobody's talking, nobody's coming up. Last chance. Close the public hearing at 8:33. Questions, comments from the commission? Commissioner Haig.
I'm not sure which one is a question for. When is Humphrey to 14 Mile coming up as the next step of that? Or is that actually okay at this point? I have no memory of this piece.
That's not part of this project, is it?
I know, but I want to find out when it joins to this project, because if we need to do it, why don't we do the whole thing?
We'd have to
No,
look at
because
that,
they're not asking
Commissioner.
us to.
But I'm curious why not.
Yeah, we'd have to review that, Commissioner Haig. I think with the budget that we had, and because of the local agency project that we had with MDOT, we focused on North Eaton. But we could take a look at that for sure and see if that's the next step from there. But this does open up for us to do more improvements in the future in that area.
Yeah, I mean, this is still South Eaton, not North Eaton. It's literally, you go down to Humphrey, and then you got Humphrey down to 14, which is another quarter of a mile or so. I was just curious why that piece wasn't happening. That's all.
I believe it's because of the budget that we had for the water at the moment.
That's fine.
The reading of the resolution.
I'll give it a whirl.
All right.
I'll need to borrow a page number. All right, here we go.
Might want to check, you want it read in full?
Since there are no reserve protests that we've received, I think you can reference the page numbers on this one if you'd like.
Oh, wow.
It's not even a monster one. You
got lucky.
So I just moved the motion as written on page,
As part of the packet on page.
as part of the packet on page 166, 167, and 168 of this week's commission meeting.
Second.
That is sufficient?
That's sufficient. We can locate it.
Comments on the motion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner
Harry's
Kozowski?
going to be
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb?
Yes.
Okay, we move to item number 9. Wow, all that for
8B. 8B. Not 9. Wait,
8B.
8B, sorry, 8B. This is the 2026 concrete sidewalk repair program.
Correct, yep. We, the engineering department, recommend that the commissioners make a motion adopting a resolution to award the contract to Luigi Ferdinandi and Son Cement for the total amount of $971,825.64. Luigi and Son has done a lot of work in the city of Birmingham, including the 2020, 2022, and 2023 concrete sidewalk repair program. They've completed a lot of construction, including sidewalks, drive approaches, and exposed aggregate panels in the downtown area. We recommend that they are awarded the project because they've done a lot of good work in the city.
Any questions from the commission?
I have one question.
Sure.
So what is the bond that these guys are putting up to do the work? Just for understanding on award value versus bond value?
Performance bond?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go and look in the contract at the amount.
While you do that, I will note as just a matter of interest that of this 971,000, approx, a little more than a third of that is devoted to sidewalks.
Correct.
Which is to say we spend a lot of money on sidewalks, and they're a high priority in the city.
$701,659.67 in performance bond.
That's the whole amount.
That's the whole, so they're putting up 100% performance bond?
Yes. This is not the same as, say, a builder's bond where they put $10,000 on deposit at the building department. This is a performance bond, so it's a legal mechanism for us to get the money if we have to do the work ourselves. It's a whole other process. Tracy, I don't know if you want to give a little more detail.
No, that's okay, I get it.
Right?
That's an insurance policy.
Exactly, exactly. They're not giving us that and putting it on deposit with the engineering department.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
Comments from the public? Anybody online? Raise your hand. Seeing none. Wait, did we have a motion? We need a motion.
Right.
I can do it.
I was going to say, if you
Please.
don't, I will.
Sure. I would like to make a motion adopting a resolution to award the 2026 concrete sidewalk repair program, number 1-26, parens SW, to Luigi Ferdinandi and Son Cement Company, Inc., in the amount of $701,659.67, and a 10% construction contingency, and $200,000 for random concrete panel repairs throughout the city at the engineering department's discretion, for a total of $971,825.64. In addition, authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city after the review of Luigi Ferdinandi and Son Cement Company, Inc.'s insurance and bond, contingent upon execution of the agreement and meeting all insurance and bonding requirements. Funding for this project has been budgeted in the following accounts. May I reference the table?
Yes.
And the accounts are found on
Page 207.
page 207 of tonight's packet.
Second.
Comments?
So the
math doesn't add up.
the math doesn't work. So $701,659.67
Plus
plus 200,000
does not equal 971,000.
Plus 10%. I think that's where that 70 comes from.
It's in the table.
But it might still be weird.
It's in the table
Last line
on
of
page
the table.
207.
Here. Yeah, at the bottom, the last line answer.
Fair enough.
Okay, got it.
70 plus 70 plus, or 700 plus 70 plus 200.
Got it.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next item is discussion of sustainability fees for carbon reduction and other sustainability and climate action projects reasonably related to vehicle activity in the city. I am going to suggest that we consider this kind of a workshop, that we discuss it, we get all the questions, all the issues on the table, hear what people have to say about it, and then mull it a little bit, and come back later date where we can actually perhaps act on it. You don't have to accept my suggestion right now, but that is what I would prefer, and we can hear from staff and begin the discussion and go from there.
That sounds good, and I hope you know that that's not my style either to troll you into anything. I'm very open to workshopping this and coming back. If it ends up that way, a new and improved report, presentation, what have you. I've got a short spiel, and I'll save the rest for the conversation. Our sustainability and climate action goals, as outlined in the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan, are ambitious. As a reminder, we're shooting for a 25% carbon reduction by 2035, and we're shooting for carbon neutrality by 2050. Of course, that will not be easy. We never thought it was going to be easy. Our plan all but said this isn't going to be easy, and our experiences in implementing it so far have not all been all that easy. That being said, I want to outline a few things that we know, some factual information. We knew that the implementation of the plan and any other of our sustainability and climate action agenda would come at a cost. We also know that investing in sustainability, generally speaking, does tend to provide a return on investment, but that rate of return period is often quite long. We also know that we've got a tight municipal budget. We know that there will be competition for funding in the general fund, and there's always priorities that need to be triaged and prioritized accordingly. We also know that Birmingham is quite the destination. We are home to about 22,000 people, but that's not all we ever have to plan for, generally speaking. There's plenty of other people that come from outside, both close by and distances, to use our amenities, visit downtown, or to make a living. The Birmingham Shopping District's retail market profile, I pulled a couple of figures from their 2023 profile that suggests that we've got a 500,000 person consumer trade area, and that we receive around 7 million visitors annually. We also know that, of course, the city owns and operates a parking system downtown, that we've got a little less than 5,000 parking spaces, I believe, but that translates into over 2.5 million parking transactions annually. That's based on 2025 data. Finally, we know from the greenhouse gas inventory in the plan that carbon emissions from vehicles translate to 24%, of the overall community greenhouse gas emissions for the city, which is about 65,000 metric tons of CO2. So we understand all this, and in moving forward, we figured we needed to get a little bit creative, considering all of the above. We want to build a program that's not reliant on things like grants or regular allotments from the general fund or other finite funding sources. We want to bring money to the table through the Sustainability and Climate Action regulatory fee that is charged directly to the user of a vehicle when they're performing a parking transaction. We believe that this will allow the city to generate, or through this regulatory fee, generate some funds that we can use to directly mitigate the negative environmental impacts of those vehicles. Now, I'm not only limiting it to carbon reduction, although I've mentioned that a lot. I've also mentioned that stormwater capture and pollutant reduction are also, multimodal improvements are also targets of this fund. The proposed fee that we brought to you today is 10 cents. I know it sounds small, but it should generate in the $420,000 range annually. It will be applied to all transient parkers anytime you swipe or pay to get into a deck or a meter, but it'll also apply to monthly parkers and valet. We did outline some specific projects in your report that we plan to start spending this money on, and potentially could be fully funded by a fee like this. What I wanted to make sure you know, when I say fully funded, I want to make it clear that what we're avoiding by potentially instituting this fee. For example, I think next year during the budget cycle, I'm going to be bringing you a proposal to update the city's multimodal transportation plan. Currently planning on $100,000 for that. Ordinarily, I'd be asking you for a general fund allocation, but should we generate enough revenue through this fee, I think that could be a project that's fully funded by this new fee. Also, we spend about $200,000 every fall on tree plantings. I think that to start, we can certainly start supplementing that program, if not taking it over entirely. In theory, freeing up that $200,000 back into the general fund. We also envision electric vehicle charging, which I think is in pretty high demand here. Average charger, good level 2 charger, could be in the around $6,000 range. We could install quite a bit of chargers with funding like that. The emphasis here being fully funded by this fee, thus freeing up more general fund money for your other important projects that I think we'll probably talk about tonight. So we did introduce this in 2025, almost a year and a half ago at Long Range Planning. We discussed it at 5 meetings of the Environmental Sustainability Committee, who did unanimously move this forward as a recommendation to the City Commission. We also went to the Advisory Parking Committee. We did not get a recommendation from the Advisory Parking Committee, although they did provide lots of comments. Hope you followed the links in the report, but may I summarize? They're citing fears of setting precedent with using the parking system to generate funds for other things, and they are also citing fears about effects on any future rate increases that this may incur. It's also worth noting that the fee, as I'm bringing it to you now, is different than it started. We were proposing it as a part of a broader rate increase. I think, so just to be clear, this fee is not proposed as a broader rate increase. The Advisory Parking Committee did not move forward with any proposals for a broader rate increase. I think there's an advantage here by making sure that you all know that this fee is not a part of the parking enterprise system. This money will never hit the parking enterprise system. Immediately when the transaction happens, it'll split off into the Sustainability and Climate Action Fund. I think there was a lot of confusion when I was going through. I believe, because it was part of a broader rate increase, that this would be a parking chunk of money and we'd be taking a chunk of money from the Parking Enterprise Fund. I want to say again that this is not parking enterprise money. This is a separate fee. It will never hit the Parking Enterprise Fund. In closing, I want to make sure that I emphasize that this helps fund our important environmental agenda, but it also, in my opinion, could catapult us up into an enviable position as a regional leader, which is one of our which is the vision of the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan. Nobody's doing this. This would be the first in Michigan, if not in the country, an approach like this, which I find value in. I also wanted to close by just pointing toward your strategic goal of positioning ourselves for changing future by instituting policies and practices that protect the natural environment and reduce extreme weather impacts on the community. I think that aligns well with our Birmingham Green Plan, and I think we're generally speaking the same language there. So that's my spiel. Of course, there's going to be questions coming out of this, but I'll just kind of wait around and see what you bring to me.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to opine on the legality? You have researched this thoroughly?
Yes.
And part of the reason it's taken so long is because...
Is the research.
Do you want to, in a nutshell, summarize that?
We've looked extensively into the Bolt litigation and fee versus tax, and there is a three-prong test that's included in your packet to ensure that it is in compliance with that. We think that the biggest thing is to make sure that it relates back to the reducing the carbon emission, the goal. It needs to relate back to the goal, whatever you use the money for. He's taken a creative approach. We're probably initially going to be reviewing each use, and then it will become more systematic and I think productive in that manner.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to kick it off with a couple questions, going right back to the very beginning of your presentation, where you outlined some goals that we adopted in the climate plan. Could you reiterate those goals and give them a little bit more context? In other words, give me a goal like give me one of the goals. Reduce emissions. Wasn't that one?
Yeah, the broad goals. So Reduce carbon emissions by 25% by 2035.
Okay, stop right there.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That seems big and hairy to me.
Yeah.
We're talking about reducing emissions within the city of Birmingham, right? By fewer cars or more efficient cars or more electric cars, right? Put some color into that statement so that we understand how, especially in the context of this fee, right? So how is this fee going to help us? And is it going to get us all the way there, or only part of the way there, or just a tiny fraction of the way there?
I think this fee ultimately will just get you a fraction of the way there. As I mentioned before, carbon emissions related to vehicles are only 25% of the overall community-wide emissions for the city, which is somewhere around the over 200,000 metric tons of CO2. So I guess, sure, if we limited every carbon emission from vehicles, this would reach our 2035 goal. But I think even in just the statement, reducing carbon emissions from all the vehicles in Birmingham is a little crazy to say as well. I think it's been said before in meetings like this that yes, we're a vehicle-oriented community. Yes, the Metro Detroit region is a vehicle-oriented community. How can you tell me, Nick, that we're going to eliminate all 65,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide from vehicle usage? Well, the answer is we're never going to reduce it all. But there are sequestration measures like planting trees, as I mentioned, that will suck some of that carbon back into the, in this case, tree canopy. So it's hard to contextualize because it is a big, lofty, kind of almost funny number goal. It's hard to wrap your head around, but I guess that's my initial answer.
Okay.
Implementation, should this move forward. Let's start with hourly meter rates. So is it possible to program the meters to say that you will be charged separate 10% fee, or are we going to have to put signage on each meter? 10 cent, yes. And it's every time you put a coin in the meter or put a credit card in the meter, it's an additional 10 cents. If you cheat and feed the meter all day long, it's 10 cents every time you make, it's transaction-based, right? And so programming or sign?
The coin-operated meters are the only tricky part, I'll say. As I understand it, we do need to place new stickers on those, and that's going to take some time.
Okay.
Everything else, all the digital functions, the card-based functions or app functions, as I understand it, are exceedingly simple in speaking with the finance director and the parking manager. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, for the structure permits or the meter permit parking, it's very clear that it's 10 cents a day times the number of days for the permit. So a person who bought a permit for one of the decks would pay an extra $3 per month. Easy to understand.
Yep.
I do not understand the way the valet parking is presented, because if you are suggesting you're only going to charge 10 cents to someone who's parking 301 or above cars over 6 months, that is not equitable. So tell me how you get valet to be equitable.
It is not equitable in the slightest the way you described it. So it is a bit hard. I will, a friendly correction.
Do you
So
mean
it's supposed to
10
be-
cents per vehicle?
It's in the fees per car. So the way that I understand valet to be handled is a valet operator will come in for a permit within one of these three categories. They also, as he calls it, shore up at the end. So if you paid for a 1 to 100 car permit and you actually parked 300, they'll ask you to pay the difference. So we would be able to charge that fee per car at the onset and then shore up should they exceed what they've applied for.
And we track how many cars they park exactly because they swipe in and out with a valet permit or something?
As far as I understand it.
Yeah, correct. So the valet companies get a pass similar to a monthly parker. So we track the usage. So when they come into the city clerk's office, they apply for the valet permit every 6 months. So when they apply for it for January to June, at the end of June, we'll pull a report on the usage of their parking passes. And as Nick said, if they are exceeding the window that they applied for originally, then we do provide the report and ask them to pay the balance. So as Nick said, we can run a report saying they parked 200 cars, and it would be 200 cars times the 10 cent.
Okay.
Obviously, this would definitely entail a lot of reports. Monthly, we'd have to work with the finance department, whether it's monthly parking, the meters, the valet, all of it is a significant amount of reports that we'd have to pull to determine the amount of money that has to be transferred from the parking department to.
And it seems like it's going to be a significant education effort for all users.
Yes, and it's like you said, the meter portion, so it's 10 cents, so you can feed a dime into a meter now, so now your dime is essentially paying for the 10 cent sustainability fee, and then you're gonna have to put another dime in to pay for your time that you really want. There's no way around that right now. We've already talked to the meter vendor. There's signage is the only way we can do it, by changing out the stickers. There's no messaging on the actual meter itself, the digital thing. You just have to put the money in, so the first 10 cents would go toward the fee.
And we're
Whereas in the parking
upgrading.
garage, just to clarify, like in the parking garage, if you push a button, pull a ticket, when you leave and you scan your ticket, it gives you a fee of $2, $4, however long you stay. That one, we can have a line item on the screen that says it's $2.10, and then on your receipt, it will say a 10-cent sustainability fee. That part we know we can do.
Commissioner Cole.
So I have a question, Nick. When you were opening, you're talking about getting non-residents, right? For residents who use the parking structures, it is another tax.
Well, it is not a tax, it's a fee, but.
It's a fee, fine.
I get the question.
So we're charging people who are already paying to live here and charging them. Do we think 10 cents is going to get them stop driving from Barnum Park to downtown? It's not. And I don't think, to your, I don't think that's equitable. If there was a way to isolate it that people are coming to visit. I mean, it may deter people. It's a bit of a doom loop. I'd be fully supportive of this coming from people outside of Birmingham. But residents, Jesus.
I think you're misunderstanding the whole point, or not the whole point, but a big chunk of the point. The point is to generate money to offset carbon emissions,
No, he
to
gets
do
the
some of
point.
these
I get the
things.
point. The maths is wrong.
So it isn't about where that car came from. It's that parkers, that this is a way to generate money from people who are driving cars.
But the maths is wrong. That's what he's getting at. The maths isn't right. That's kind of what she was.
No, I don't have an issue with, if I live in my house and I have a choice to walk downtown, ride a bike downtown.
That's for a resident. Where the maths is wrong, which I think is where he's going, is if we look at how it's written, a parking structure permit, sustainability of $3 per vehicle per month.
That's 10 cents a day.
Per vehicle per month. If I have a valet for 1 to 100 cars, prepaying for 6 months in advance, is it 10 cents times 100 times 6? Because the way it reads right now is, it's 10 cents for 100 cars. The maths doesn't explain where that 10 cents works out for valets, because if it was actually $3 per month per car for the 100 vehicle limit to match what a long term would be, that's 100 vehicles times $3 times 6 months.
Well, they're assuming that if you buy a monthly parking permit for 30 days, 10 cents a day, you go in and out. Come in the morning, leave at night. The valet sounds like, doesn't matter whether they buy a 2-month permit, a 4-month permit, or a 6-month permit. At the end of that time period, they're going to look at the number of swipes on the card, and it's 10 cents a swipe. So it's 10 cents a car. No matter how many months they prepay, it's 10 cents per car for the number of cars they parked during that time period. So it is the same equitability. He's shaking his head, yes.
And I'm going to say, these, again, we're like sort of getting into the weeds here, when I would prefer a discussion of the merits of the whole thing on a broader sense. And then, again, if we say, well, we don't like this, then all the nitpicking becomes irrelevant. But
So you said we would be the first, talking about policy, but haven't other communities around the world implemented, they're calling them congestion charges, to reduce the air pollution in major cities?
Yes, and I would suggest to you that they're not apples to apples. So like New York's charging the congestion fee to support their transit systems.
Right.
But the even broader 30,000-foot goal is to get people to choose a different mode of transportation, ultimately. At the end of the day, if we can get people out of their cars and walking instead of driving their vehicles through the city and parking them, that would be
So I understand that goal, but let's balance it with the function of downtown as a retail and restaurant hub. So you said what the APC's input was. Do we have the BSD's input?
Well, I went to the Birmingham Shopping District Executive Committee. They had many of the same questions, a lot about what we're going to spend the money on, which we tried to answer to the best of our abilities. But I guess at the time of that meeting, it seemed well-received. I think there was a general consensus that 10 cents is no big deal in terms of the impact of the fee itself. And I think that's where they were mostly concerned. Initially, in the early stages, when it was part of the broader rate increase, they were very much opposed because they did not want to see a broader rate increase. But when we pivoted to the simple 10-cent standalone fee, I think that, I don't want to speak for them entirely, but in my view, they came around a little bit. And, forgive me, I think some of them also mentioned that that's a cool marketable thing that the BSD can use. A lot of tenants come in here with their own sustainability and climate action goals, and it'd be nice to see those reflected in city government.
How did you come up with 10 cents? Why not a nickel? Why not 20, 25?
$10.
I just tell you, when I park, I mean, first of all, I don't use Park Mobile because I think, they're adding a lot of fees. And the vast majority of parkers I believe, at our meters are using Park Mobile. And they're insensitive, apparently, to the difference in the cost between Park Mobile and just putting your credit card into the machine. It's a lot more expensive to use Park Mobile, a lot more than a dime more. And I would be interested in hearing those specific numbers. For me, I won't pay Park Mobile. I've been in the credit card business, and they're just skimming money off the top, a lot. Would I gladly pay a dime more? I'd gladly pay a quarter more every time I park at a meter, knowing it's not going to Park Mobile, but it's going to the city and our sustainability efforts.
Yeah.
So I wonder why you came up with a dime, which we've seen is going to produce around $400,000, right? A quarter would produce $1 million, which we could get to those sustainability goals that much faster. And I'd surely rather see the money go into that to Park Mobile, but anyway.
Sure. I think there's two answers for me, in my own personal opinion. I think on the more philosophical side, I think 10 cents is a good marketable, hey, we can do all of this work with a simple 10 cent, a dime, the smallest coin type fee in the city of Birmingham. But I think the bulk of why I chose 10 cents is the end figure of roughly $420,000, which is centered on the Bolt Lansing case and the three, how did you describe them? I guess the three, what'd you call them?
Prongs.
Prongs, yes. The first being, we can't just develop a fee arbitrarily or as a revenue-generating thing. It has to be a regulatory fee for a regulatory purpose. So that was one. Two, it has to be proportionate. And as of right now, with what I've got planned in terms of spending, I think it's proportionate. Third, of course, it must be voluntary. It's kind of unrelated to the 10 cents, but
Okay.
that's generally why I chose 10 cents, is because $420,000, to say it
So
simply.
you chose 10 cents. The Sustainability Board did not choose 10 cents? That was a staff decision?
Yeah, I think that's what we brought them.
I mean, I'm not criticizing you on that personally. I could see 20 cents and it wouldn't.
What they were focused on was the end dollar amount. We thought that was the good sweet spot in between 4 and 6 to get the things that we've got planned done. We also, as I should mention now, there's an ordinance amendment here to codify this fee to be reviewed annually to make sure it is remaining proportional to our practices.
Commissioner Haig.
Going back to what you started with, you said there are 7 million visits and 2.5 million parking transactions generated per year. Then you talked about this is to encourage residents to not drive in town. So we are a 9,000 household community. If I drive into town, I'm driving with my wife. So let's assume 1 vehicle per household hits town every day, every work day. That's 2.25 million parking transactions with every single household coming in here, which is not real. So now you've gone and turned us into a bicycle community. What about the rest of the 2 million transactions? Because it's not doing anything for those to reduce the carbon footprint, because the carbon footprint from vehicles is predominantly not coming from residents. We have a carbon footprint, but it's not majority. We have 7 million visits.
Commissioner Haig,
I want to understand
several
where it's coming
commissioners
from.
are expressing curiosity about what your point is.
I'm
I don't
trying-
think the point of this is to stop people from driving. You're not going to stop somebody from driving by charging them 10 cents. The idea is to generate funds to offset the negative impact
He
of
said
those
earlier
people
to drive
driving.
people to alternative modes of transportation to reduce car usage by residents in the city. So I'm questioning if that's the goal, what
I
about
don't-
the other people that are
Could
the
you
7
confirm
million
for us
visitors?
that the goal is not to directly inhibit people or persuade people not to drive, but rather to offset the negative impact of their driving?
Sure, and I will get to that, but to clarify, the 2.5 million transactions is a real data point that I
I
pulled.
believe
from
that.
the parking
I have no
system in 2025.
quibbles with the 2.5 million.
So
It's
it
just that
doesn't-
your other statement of get people to stop driving their cars into town and use other forms of transportation might work within a walking radius. So, 7 million visits from people that didn't live in Birmingham. That has no impact on the carbon footprint for the residents. You talked about two separate things, visits and reducing resident vehicle usage. So if we took that out of the equation, resident vehicle usage turned to 0, we still have 7 million visits and probably 2 million parking transactions.
So I guess...
Where's the gain for the residents who now are inconvenienced? This is where I'm trying to understand this part of the equation. Do not misunderstand what I'm trying to say as far as the goal of trying to have an improved environment is good. But where is it happening that it doesn't happen at our expense? Because right now, it's at our convenience expense. This is where I'm missing the piece of the puzzle.
And I think, if I may, whether I said it unclear or not, you're misunderstanding a little bit of what I brought up about residents. So I wanted to make sure that I made the proportionality argument in that, yes, we've only got 22,000 residents here, but there's 7 million people generally coming to this city affecting our carbon emissions. So it shouldn't be all on the residents, which is why I'm proposing a fund like this as opposed to asking you for, give me 400 grand from the general fund annually. I'm arguing that the residents shouldn't be on the hook for mitigating all those carbon impacts. Everyone, all the 2.5 million parkers should be on the hook for that.
And I'm fine with that, and I've zero problem with that. But the way you said it was to get residents to use alternative modes of transportation to come to downtown, which is therefore driving residents into a disadvantaged position compared to everybody else.
I would say
that was where I had the issue, because it's not going to affect 7
Willing to
million
retract
visitors.
that statement?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's, although, well,
Because
I'll just leave it.
I think we need to get back on track.
Right, so the way it's proposed, every parker, no matter where they live, pays 10 cents. And that money can be used to reduce our carbon footprint by paying for mitigation measures. No matter who parked, their 10 cents would help pay for EV charging stations, more trees, air sampling stations, whatever, all the things that are on your list. So.
Just another question within that. If we had 2.5 million parking transactions, how did we get $420,000 out of it at 10 cents per transaction?
Yeah, that math doesn't work.
It's not even close.
2.5 million times 10 cents would be only
250,000. We're missing a couple of 100,000 here.
Perhaps I'll share the spreadsheet with you, but I'm oversimplifying it.
Well, it's important that it be accurate, and that you and Aaron put your heads together and make sure the math is right. So,
yeah,
I'm going
right.
by not the 2.5 million number.
No, you have to
4.3
separate it.
million.
There's about maybe like 1.4 million transients. You times that by 0.10, then you take the monthly parkers, whatever quantity that is, I'll call it 2,000, then you do that math, times it by 12, and then the meter parking, and the meter
Isn't
monthly.
each one a transaction?
Yes, so you pay for a monthly parking permit
That's one
once.
transaction, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Mr.
$3.
Host.
You know, I think we're in the weeds, and we need to realize that, yes, we all want a sustainability committee, and we want it to be funded. Now, we do want to know where the money's going, but an enterprise fund is not the way to go. In fact, I would suggest, on the other side of the legal coin, that it could be illegal. And as such, we should do it out of the general fund. I only have 10 reasons why we shouldn't do it out of the parking assessment fund.
Okay.
This is not coming out of the parking assessment.
Right. We've already heard testimony from the city attorney that it is legal. So suggesting that it may not be legal, I'm sorry, that's just irresponsible. And it's non-factual. Unless you have some information that our city attorney doesn't have, that's out of line. The second thing is they've also testified that this money will not be going into the enterprise fund, period.
It's not
So to
site-
say that it's going to come out of the enterprise fund, you're contradicting without any evidence what they've just said. So, look, I appreciate that you may not be in support of this. You think it's great to have a committee, but don't give them any money, or maybe you don't care about achieving the goals. I don't know what it is, but please, let's stick to reality here. It's legal, and it's not going to go into the enterprise fund, so it can't come out of the enterprise fund.
Well, we have a problem in the parking assessment, the parking committee, and that is we don't know how much money we need, and we're going to raise the rates for all our parking at some point, and all that money should stay in the fund. It shouldn't have 10 cents going anywhere other than to, hopefully, we're going to have a 5-year plan for our parking district.
Okay, the parking,
we don't have it.
The
we don't have the CIP, which is much longer. And we just got a treatise from Paul Reagan that says that we're 1,700 cars short. And if I may digress.
You are digressing, and it's not appropriate, I'm sorry.
Yes, it is, because all the money should stay in the parking enterprise fund.
Well, why did...
Until we know that it can be spun off.
Why didn't the parking committee raise rates when they were asked to? We're straying here, and we need to stay on the question of this fee, okay? If you're opposed to the fee, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I think we'd all be looking for rational reasons why, not made-up reasons such as it may be illegal or the money's coming out of the parking system. It's not. So I'm going to call on Commissioner Kozlowski now.
All right. So I think this is a good idea. And I think we did our due diligence to make sure that we can apply the fee properly, and I think that this is a very good way to do this. I believe the economics term that they would use is this is internalizing the externalities of driving. When you drive, you create pollution, there's particulate emissions, there's various issues costs that the public bears associated with driving that the driver isn't charged for. And this is a way to charge them. And to charge them, as the mayor pointed out, frankly, an amount of money that I don't think most of them are even going to notice. 10 cents. And I was going to mention Park Mobile, had the mayor not mentioned it. People are already paying fees in excess of 10 cents. I don't think the 10 cents is going to deter anyone's decision to park downtown. I don't think it is going to create an unreasonable burden on any residents. But I do think it is going to fund a lot of important stuff that I believe the residents want that was in the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan that the commission approved and said, we want this stuff. And as Planning Director Dupuy pointed out, this is a wonderful way to bring people who use the city, who shop here, who work here, and who create some of these externalities, create these costs on residents. This is a way for them to participate in the mitigation of those costs through planting of new trees, through this air quality filters, through everything on this list. And potentially through a new multimodal plan that may give residents more opportunities for alternative modes of transportation. But I don't think the 10-cent fee is going to deter anyone, nor do I think that is the objective. I think the objective here is to say there are costs to the city associated with sort of hosting all of these cars, and there are environmental costs in particular, and now we are going to charge for those costs to help us offset them. I think it's a pretty straightforward approach to this problem, and I'm in support of it.
I'm very much on board with a lot of the things you said. 10 cents, nobody's going to notice. Absolutely on board with you there. Trying to do something better. We've all said that. Again, same page. the piece that I'm keying into, and you touched on it as well, and that's where I was interested in the 7 million visits per year. The goal is to have us as a community, the 22,000 residents, not be the subsidizing of everything else that drives 7 million visitors, because today, fundamentally, that's what we do. We don't share in business profits, but we spend an inordinate amount of money to make an environment that businesses can thrive massively in, and yet we see nothing fundamental from it. The argument of, oh, we get higher taxes, big whoop. As soon as they've got something, it's capped by Headley anyway, so it's not actually that big of a gain. It's an intriguing pathway here, but one warning bell ringing in the back of my head is, why are we the first ones? Because surely this would be more of a California's been charging down this pathway for 1 million years. Why haven't they tried this? There's a reason. So inside my head, I'm wondering, is there not a different mousetrap? Why do we not do what Detroit does or New York City does? There's a business tax. They can charge the 2% or whatever it is, or however that works for working there. Why can't we do something similar? Because those are generally people that are coming in.
Let's answer that question.
This isn't a tax.
No,
it's
but
not
he's
a tax,
asking,
but I'm
can
asking
we
why can't we
tax?
do a methodology like that? Because other
I don't
cities
think-
in the state,
First of all, I think he said that nobody else in Michigan is doing
Right.
this. She pointed out
Or
that
said,
New
well,
York
I think you
City
said
is
the
doing it,
country.
others.
That I'm aware of.
Okay.
The
And then
country, yeah.
The question of whether
Oftentimes.
we can do a business tax as the city of Birmingham or
as an alternative to this, because that may be more aligned with
I don't think
existing
we're permitted
precedent.
to do that.
Well, I would also say, I would say.
Well, hold on, let her answer the question.
No, and it would have to go through a different measure as well. It couldn't be part of this, I'm sorry. It couldn't be part of an ordinance. It would have to go to the vote of the people as well. And so business.
It would be approved by the legislature too, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Of the state of
And
Michigan.
May I note that the businesses already pay a tax? It's the Birmingham Shopping District tax, which pays for flowers and lights and sidewalks shoveling and a variety of other things in the city that the residents do not pay for.
And I would say one answer to your question, why is nobody else doing it? Or why are we the first? Why are we the first? Because we're smart people. And we do a lot of things before other communities do. And that's why we're the most prosperous community in Michigan. Go ahead.
Quick, were there any other avenues that the group considered to raise these funds? Did you look at other areas besides a 10-cent parking fee?
Yes, and thank you for the assist on this one, because what I want to highlight is this is one piece of the funding puzzle. As I try to emphasize, all I can spend this on is the 24% carbon reduction that vehicles create. There's a whole nother 76% bucket of community-wide carbon emissions that we're going to have to solve. Other communities do millages. Ann Arbor does a millage. I think it's like 1 mil or something like that. That's a tax. There's also, of course, grants that you can use. But as I mentioned, I need something a little bit more stable, or what I'm suggesting is I need something a little bit more stable. And I think that's also a reason why a lot of communities haven't done this, because we all copy off of each other. I think most people saw Ann Arbor do a millage and think, hey, well, let's try that first.
There aren't many communities that have a parking system and that many cars coming into the town every day.
And my colleague brought, I think there are other examples in the nation. I think you can perhaps, if you'd like to hear from them, Deb Horner has some examples for you that she pulled. But
we'll get to.
But to answer your question, Bill, yes, and we're going to still talk about it because we're still going to need
76% more money.
At least. Yep.
Out of curiosity, the 22,000 residents just breathing, how much of the 76% do we generate by just existing?
Are you in town or out of town?
I'm breathing in town right now.
Are you huffing and puffing?
I'm not heavily breathing, but you haven't broken out what 22,000 people's breath actually equates to, because that's going to be a lot all by itself.
Okay, we need to.
Well, that's an inviolable number. You're not going to change it without killing people. That's the only way you reduce it. So I'm curious what the 76% is made up by people just living here.
You reduce it by mitigation efforts.
think
right?
we all have
We're not reducing
furnaces.
only sources.
So
We're
I just
trying
want to know what the existence of a human being contributes, because everything after that is something that can be mitigated.
Human
and
being
changed.
who is heated and cooled in their
No,
home?
just by breathing.
Okay, come on.
So I like, as Commissioner Kozlowski stated, the idea that this puts the proportionate burden on the people who come here from outside who are not already property taxpayers, so that the people who visit here contribute funds to mitigate the pollution, the carbon footprint that they bring with them. So I think it's equitable and fair in that manner, and takes, as you said, the burden off of the residents to pay for all the trees and all the EV stations and other improvements we care to make. And if it's legal, my concerns are, can we get the APC on board? Can we get the BSD on board? And is the education going to be appropriate?
May I ask one nitpick question?
Sure, and then I
I
think
forgot
we
to
need-
ask this when I was making my speech.
Go ahead.
This is a detail. What's the deal with the 2-hour free parking? Are they paying a dime or not?
They would not.
They would not pay a
Free
dime.
parking is going to remain 2-hour free parking. Great, thank you for
Yeah,
asking.
we said in the last meeting you wanted to have a finance subcommittee, which we need to talk about, and that was one of the things to be addressed in it.
Well, I don't want there to be friction.
I think there should be
if
a
there's no
bucket.
friction right now.
I think there should be a bucket for the free parkers where they can put a dime in it, and be encouraged to, maybe, like we used to put it in the toll booth. Anyway, should we, Aaron Ford, parking director.
So since it's coming out of my system, I just feel like I should.
It's not coming out of your system.
Well, I guess
It's not.
that's I know.
It's not.
That's my comment. I am not, just where I stand, I'm opposed to it. I don't challenge the legality.
What?
I don't even
Hold
challenge.
on, that's totally inappropriate. I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off right there. A city staff member doesn't stand up and say he's opposed to a.
Well, so we're checking on a dime, which I don't disagree. It's the general public will not bite an eyelash on it. I feel like nobody would notice, but at the end of the day, whether it's 10 cents here, and probably more specifically, the $3 on a monthly parking pass, I feel like the general public is going to view that as a rate increase. So while it is 10
Which it is
cents and
not.
it's consistent.
Okay, I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm saying
Could you-
perception.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. Before we hear from the BSD and the parking committee, if there's any member of and I think it's important to hear if we have representatives, and you're not the chairman, you're the administrator, right? For the BSD. But we also have the chair of the Sustainability Committee here, and they are the ones who brought this forward. So before we have people up here pounding on them for their, in opposition to, I think we ought to hear from them. But I also would like to hear from the public. So if there's anybody here, I see one member of the public standing there. I see another. I see a third. I'd like to hear from the public before we hear, unless the public feels like they want to hear from the BSD and the parking committee and the sustainability committee first. I see what? You're saying yes. You're fine. How about you, sir? Let's hear from this. I would like to hear. Okay. I'm sorry?
I'll be happy to speak with or without them speaking.
Okay. I'd like to call on the sustainability chair. I think it's appropriate that she probably should have been part of the whole presentation from the beginning.
Hi, Deborah Horner, 1800 Pine Street, and I am the Sustainability Chair for the Environmental Sustainability Committee for the city. I actually just had prepared comments, so do I get 3 minutes? Like, how do you want? Am I just allowed to go? All right, so the city has adopted a green climate plan. It sets clear direction for sustainability, climate action, pollution reduction, long-term environmental responsibility, and it reflects your own strategic goal. But adopting that plan really is only a first step. And if we're serious about implementing it, we have to be equally serious about funding it. Too often, cities like ours have sustainability plans that fail because they're not because the ideas aren't good, but because the funding is uncertain, or it's inconsistent, or it's dependent on long wait times for items taken up by the commission that we have seen, much like this. So our sustainability fee, this fee is a proposal that helps avoid that problem by creating this steady, dedicated funding source that will directly address the environmental impacts of vehicle use and vehicle infrastructure. So I think it's actually the structure of this proposal that's important, because it's connected to parking. That's what makes sense. Cars are the major source of local emissions. It's a quarter of our emissions, pollution, impervious surface impacts, and the drivers are the ones who should be paying to offset and mitigate those damages, not all of us citywide. This fee, if we came to this commission for general fund money, this fee aligns the source of the funding with the source of the impact. So I understand the concerns of the parking system, that they have their own legitimate infrastructure capital needs. The maintenance of our parking structures and our parking infrastructure and their long-term capital costs need to be taken seriously. But this fee is not taking away from parking revenues. It's simply a fee that's collected with the parking revenues through that parking system. So it's an easy way to collect those revenues from the people who are creating the carbon impacts. I also understand the concern about setting a precedent for looking to parking-related funds for other purposes. But I believe those kinds of concerns can be addressed through clear policy guardrails that you can all institute, dedicating this fee only to carbon emission and vehicle impact mitigation, which the ordinance does, maintaining transparency in how it's spent, which our commission does and which you see, and ensuring that underlying parking funding remains responsible protected, which I think Commissioner Host and the rest of you are very committed to also maintaining our parking in its funding and health. Birmingham really has an opportunity to lead here, and I want to address something that just came up in the discussion. Nick mentioned that we'd be first, and Commissioner Long says, are we really first? There's precedent within Michigan communities, Ann Arbor, Traverse City, Grand Rapids, for using the parking fees. So you're actually using their parking money for things like green streetscape or biking, pedestrian, other single occupancy car alternative policies. So they're using their parking funds, or they're using, and with Ann Arbor's case, they're using their millage. But we don't necessarily want to use parking funds. We would need to keep our parking funds specifically directed to the servicing of our parking infrastructure. But there are communities in other parts of the nation that are doing something like this, that are tacking on a fee to parking in order to fund carbon mitigation and other kind of funding of climate and sustainability work. Mostly they're in Colorado. So Boulder, Aspen, Durango, Breckenridge all have these kinds of fees. Pasadena, California, and Seattle, Washington are also using kind of a parking revenue structure to do this kind of carbon mitigation work. So although I would like to claim that we're the first, I think there are other examples out there where communities are trying to do this kind of work by using driving as a source of revenue rather than citywide source of revenue. But this would allow us to be a leader in Michigan. We can position ourselves as one of the more innovative communities in the state and potentially lead other communities to do this kind of work. So I believe this proposal is creative, it's targeted at a particular set of users who are making impacts on our community, and it's forward-looking. So we can take these funds and use them to make the community better in ways that we've seen most residents are really interested in. It also chooses a funding approach that's connected to the source of the environmental impact rather than a general tax on residents. So for those reasons, that's why I would urge the commission to support the sustainability fee, and I think it's a reasonable step to funding our city's green plan, which has goals that are, and that we can create real measurable progress in. So thanks, that's my set of comments.
Thank you. I'm going to, for you three, if there are any questions, I'll allow questions of the, no? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica Bassett, BSD Executive Director. I just wanted to point out, Nick cited the report, our market data report. So it's 7 million visits, not visitors, and it's about 1.8 million visitors, and that does include people who live in the city and outside zip codes. So I just wanted to clarify that because that came up a couple times in people's comments.
That's it?
Yes.
May I ask a quick question about that? Does like an office worker qualify as a visitor in that number?
Correct.
Okay.
Hi, Michelle Moody. I'm a resident, 957 Pleasant Street. I'm also here representing the Advisory Parking Committee. And Nick did a nice job of trying to summarize what our input was, but I'd like to take a couple of minutes and really give you a kind of a deeper overview on what was a multi-meeting discussion about this topic. Our position is really grounded in first principles. The founding purpose of the system is to provide the infrastructure which enables residents, visitors, employees, businesses to access our downtown. Parking supports people coming in to dine, shop, work, attend events, and enjoy our parks. It's not simply a source of revenue, it's really a set of infrastructure that makes all this wonderfulness possible in a world where everyone has to, basically move through vehicles. We are struggling a little bit with this notion that it's really separate from the parking system, because you are going to be putting a burden on the parking system and the parking employees to generate the reporting and the data and to manage the communications around this fee. So it's not as cleanly separate, in our minds at least, as it was for all of you. There is an administrative burden that all of this is going to place on the parking system. And imagine the calls they're going to have to explain that reason why when you put a dime in the meter, it no longer moves the time, because the first dime you put in the meter is for this sustainability fee. In particular, we had a lot of concerns about charging for metered parking because of the randomness of the transactions and the kind of overburden on a very low coin transaction. I would also say that, overall, the committee is really wrestling with some of the challenges that the parking system itself is facing right now. We don't have a long-term capital plan. We see the garages aging before our eyes. We know that there is a desire and a lot of work going on to upgrade all of the garages, but those projects have experienced delays through really no fault of anyone's, or maybe collectively all of our fault. But, we've been working on Chester for the last couple of years, hope to get started on Peabody, but not happening yet. And anyone who walks into the Pierce Garage tonight is going to see a lot of deteriorated concrete. And if you would go to the roof at Park, you'll discover a plywood wall wrapped around the whole entire top floor to protect people from falling over the rail. That's now a temporary structure that's now multi-years old. So there is a lot that needs to happen inside the garages themselves so that we can all feel really good about that infrastructure. The last engineering assessment is over 5 years old. It needs to be redone. The industry standard is to do those kinds of assessments every 3 to 5 years. So we're at the outside edge of our last assessment. And then, as Commissioner Host mentioned, and I think you're all aware, a resident, Paul Reagan, has taken the zoning information and the occupancy information and created a view of what demand is. And he is saying we're short parking spaces. I think we all want to understand that assessment better and get really much more comfortable with it. I'm not advocating for it here tonight, but I would say that we are now in our report starting to track the number of days we have to shut the garages down because they're full. And you're starting to see a lot more during the week, peak time, parking situations where you can't find a space and can't get into a number of the garages. So with that, I just wanted to be really upfront and clear with you on, our concern was really selfish. It was thinking about the parking system. We're not adverse to sustainability or the need to do things to mitigate carbon emissions. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on one second. Any questions? Commissioner Hagan.
People are worried about coin transactions. It's not a majority of the transactions. Take them away. It's actually more work for us to go around and empty all the meters. Just go for credit card or
I think
Park
our
Mobile.
next-
Just get rid of that
next,
as an option. We wouldn't be the first one to do that.
I have a couple questions for you. Because you started to get into topics that really are not related to the sustainability fee. And I want to make sure I understand your objections to the sustainability fee. And I only heard two, really one, that it would place an administrative burden on the parking system or the parking department. That is the single substantive argument that I heard you make against it. Is that fair to say? Or
Yeah,
did I
think we
get you
don't think
wrong?
it
Is there
as-
something else?
We didn't see it as, in the consumer's mind, as being separate, as everyone is positioning here, that it was separate from the enterprise fund, because you're going to be taxing infrastructure in the enterprise fund to
No,
do it.
we're not taxing anything. We're
Well,
putting a fee
I
on.
meant that more philosophical.
Okay, so, but
Using
back to my
resources.
original question. I want to make sure I heard you right and that there was nothing I missed. Your primary concern about this is the administrative burden and
That it's
now
not
you're adding
separate
that it's
from parking.
confusion, that
Yeah.
it's not, well, it is not separate from parking by design. We've heard the rest of the staff explain that it is directly tied to parking because it is the cars that are creating the problem we're trying to mitigate. So I want to respect the concerns of the parking committee, and I want to make sure I got it. So your concern is that it's too much tied to parking, and that it's an administrative burden, but that's a matter for the city manager, not the parking committee, to worry about the burden, and insofar as we're her boss, we're worried about the burden on her entire
And we're already
administration.
counting the parking transactions. We're
Okay.
already
So-
counting those,
so-
reporting those.
So that's a concern that if you believe that this would cause an undue administrative burden on the city administration?
I do not.
Okay.
We're already counting all of those
Okay.
parking transactions.
Okay.
We're already calculating
And,
fees.
and you suggested that we'd be getting a lot of calls, maybe, with people wondering why they were charged an extra dime, or wondering why, when they put a dime into the meter,
That
it
was
didn't
one
register
example,
any
but
time.
yes.
I'll tell you, I put quarters into the meter, and they don't register time all the time.
I heard one other.
Yeah, go ahead.
One other thing that you brought up, which is one of my concerns, is the capital expenditure required, like Chester with the temporary wall that's now
Park.
kind of permanent, or park, right, sorry. That was another concern.
Well, yes, I heard that, but I'm confused because the city commission, and later on, I will be asking the city commission to review parking pricing, because it apparently wasn't at our direct request that you did that back in December and January, but you did do it, and you decided to do nothing. And my understanding is there haven't been any increases in parking fees in many years. There's been some rejiggering of where we charge things and how long we allow people to park. But, I mean, there's been huge inflation, and and I only raise this because it's in our report. I don't think it's necessarily relevant, but he brought it up, you just brought it up, and you brought it up. If you're so concerned about capital improvement needs, why aren't you more interested in raising the revenue or increasing the amount of revenue that's coming in from parking, especially in view of the market dynamics comparing, for example, the cost to park in a structure in downtown Detroit, which is about twice to 3 times what it costs in Birmingham.
Or meters to decks.
Oh, sure, whatever. We've talked about it.
So I tell you what, you're right. We'd love to come back and have a conversation about the benchmarking that Aaron has done in terms of how our parking is priced versus the communities around here. I think that's a great discussion to have. We're not opposed to raising parking rates. What we have been saying is we need to have a clear view of what money is required and frankly, the speed with which we can spend it. We're seeing a struggle right now to basically get a plan in place and get it implemented in a really rigorous way. So maybe we need more money, maybe we don't, I don't know. I know that the feedback, obviously the shopping district input has been, they're uncomfortable with the rate increase because they want it to be competitive.
I did not hear her say that.
Well,
She had an opportunity to say whatever she wanted to say, and she did not speak up.
The BSD. She spoke as an employee. I'm speaking on BSD.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize, come on up then. Thank you, Ms. Moody.
And then I was going to come up after.
We did come to APC with a statement based on rate increases back in January. The sustainability fee is a little bit different than a rate increase, so, I think.
Okay, you need to be at the microphone, I'm sorry. And I want, if you could preface your remarks with a brief description of what the BSD is.
Sure.
And how it functions and who it represents and where it gets its money and all that.
Sure. So first, my name's Amy Polat. I am the chair for the BSD. Have been on the BSD for 12 years or so. And have a building in downtown Birmingham. I am a resident of Birmingham. The BSD is comprised of up to 12 members that there are different parameters of what falls into BSD members, but they could be business owners, property owners, residents within the district, and we also have a resident outside of the district represented. So it is a group of us that get together. The BSD has its own assessment within the district. The district is the downtown primary area. There's also a portion of the Triangle District and lower Old Woodward. If you look at it on a map, it is very jig-jag. But we do have it
Basically downtown, right?
Yes, but we do have it outlined on our website and everything like that. So we have reviewed the sustainability fee. And so we put together, as the BSD, put together a statement. The BSD understands and supports the importance of environmental sustainability. We do have some concerns pertaining to it. The parking system was created to be a financially self-sustaining program that provides accessible, fairly priced parking to its users. While the BSD board is not adamantly opposed to a nominal sustainability fee, there is a concern about the lack of parameters around the proposed program. So maybe tightening in on some of those parameters.
What could you?
So, yep, that was my next one.
What are the, yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So historically, citywide initiatives have been prioritized and funded through the general fund. The parking system was approved completely autonomously and initially funded by special assessments of the businesses and has been maintained completely by the funds earned within the parking system. Using the parking system point of sale to generate revenue other than citywide, using the BSD, I guess, parking system as a point of sale to generate revenue that would go citywide, takes that revenue then outside. So you are not saying taxing, because I know that wasn't the right word, but you are putting that burden on the BSD, and then that money would be spent also outside the BSD. So they're not saying that the money that is made in the parking system would only be used in the BSD. They're saying it would be citywide.
This is not a BSD thing at all.
But
I'm planning to ask the city manager why the BSD was consulted on this. I mean, I'm not opposed to hearing your opinion, but as far as weighing in some formal manner. I don't understand that.
But then earlier in the meeting, you asked what the BSD's thoughts on it were.
Because I knew you were here and I knew that you wanted to speak. And I'm not going to, I mean, I am interested in hearing what you have to say. I think it's informal. It should be informal. I don't think this is a matter, and this is just my opinion, that the BSD's opinion on this should carry a whole lot of weight. You've made a couple of statements. Are you done? I don't want to, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
So second, the BSD considers the 10-cent fee to be nominal. However, if that amount were increased and would no longer be nominal, then there would be more concern over it. So at the 10-cent fee, we're not necessarily opposed to that. We felt that that was nominal. It actually came up in our conversations if it was a 25-cent fee, which was interesting because you had mentioned that too. And they felt that that was not going to be nominal. They felt that was going to be more substantial, especially because we do have so many people that come in here to work, and that adds up on them. However, so thus, if the concern would be that, not that it's a nominal fee, but at what point would those increases or potential increases go into effect? So if it was approved, we would request that it would be set for a time period, be reevaluated in 4 years or 5 years or whatever the time period would be, but that it's set for a detailed multi-year time period. And approaching that time period, then the fee would be reevaluated against the projects that were completed, their impact on the goals defined by the Birmingham Green Plan.
And I'll just interject. He said that would happen.
Right.
Absolutely, but he said annually.
But he said that they would be reevaluated for the funds, but not the impact on the goals.
No,
So
he
I'm
did.
asking,
I think he said that we would evaluate what we spent the money on. Did you not? And how we, how,
I think she's right. I think thinking back, yes.
I can't imagine that you'd come to us and say, we want to increase it, and I'm not going to tell you what we've done with the money we generated.
Tell me if I'm right, but I think what she's saying
Yeah.
is she'd like us to demonstrate how much carbon we're reducing as a result of our
Performance metrics is what's been asked for.
So it's not only, hey, cool, you did that project and you spent this much money.
But what did it?
yeah, what did it
achieve?
do? Did we
Great
achieve
idea.
our goals?
Totally
That's what
agree
we're
with you.
looking for. Did we achieve our goals?
Absolutely.
Yep. And then the current project lacks proposed scope of work, budget, and timeline. So, for example, I'm going to kind of jump so that I can conclude this faster. But for example, when the city put in place the wayfinding committee, the wayfinding committee created their structure, they created their project, they created their time frame, they requested budget, and the budget was approved. So right now, we have ideas of initiatives, we have, creating a fund, but at what point will that fund start to do something? What is that project time frame so that we can get an idea too, like, is this really going to be beneficial, and in what time frame would it be beneficial?
Good
That's one of our-
question, and I will ask, you may have to come up. Do you intend to bring projects to the city commission to spend this money? Or are you just going to spend it without asking us?
I will absolutely not be spending it without asking you. That is a very clear bureaucratic function and a responsibility of yours to expend funds. Now, whether it's there's a difference between budgeted projects and non-budgeted projects. If I come to you in the February to May timeframe with a list of things and the money that I have and say, I'd like to do these 5 things in this fiscal year, and you approve it, then I would refer to the purchasing guidelines as to when or when not to come to you. If it's a project that was not budgeted for, purchasing guidelines generally, at the scale we're working at, require me to come here. Our goal is to absolutely be transparent. We don't want to do this in the shadows. I think it's good to publicize what we're
Do you have a notion of when you will start formulating your priorities, coming up with the list of projects. Let's assume we approved this tonight and you knew you were going to have $400,000 at the end of a year. Like, would you be publicly coming up with these projects, telling us what they are? Would you do them all? Would you have all 4 projects or 5 projects, or how many you're going to do? Or would you pick them off one at a time and say, well, let's do this first, see how it goes, and then we'll come back with another one? Or what's your plan there?
We'll be here in April at the budget hearing with a plan on how we're going to spend that next fiscal year's money. So 27, 28, whatever money we generate, we're a little behind, I guess. So
gotcha.
Whatever that is, 380, 360, I'd have project XYZ in the budget showing
And the budget
you.
hearing is a public thing.
Oh, yeah.
And the budget document is a public thing. So you would have a page in there, sustainability, right?
Yeah.
Because it's a new fund, right?
Just like we did,
last
this
year,
year, yeah.
on our budget, we had a page, it said sustainable fund, $10,000 in, 0 out, right?
Yes. So it'd be its own item on the agenda as well.
Okay.
Unfortunately, later in the day, but.
Are you, we have questions for you, I think, but
Sure.
are you done with?
Yeah, pretty much the summary paragraph was just, we're not necessarily opposed to the nominal 10-cent fee. We would like to make sure that there are parameters around it, that, we know the budget, we know what it's going towards, that type of thing, just like the city has done, the commission has done with other projects and other committees. And then the only other piece is that we would ask that it would be longer than, at least this 10 cents would be longer than a year. At least put it in for 2 to 3 years so that it doesn't, the concern is it gets started, it goes in at 10 cents, then we have parking lot increases or parking rate increases, and then this goes up again. And all of a sudden, we have employees and businesses. The businesses field some of that cost of what our employees sometimes pay, they have to end up paying. So again, while we're getting national tenants in here, we still have a lot of small businesses in here, and it's what makes us different than a mall. So that's what gets people coming down here. And it's very important to realize those small businesses, they are not made of high capital. A lot of these businesses do not have the high revenue streams and high profit margins that people may think that they do. So I think we need to be careful of that, especially for the small businesses. And that's what we need to keep the city still unique.
You had a question. Thank you.
So I have a quick question. So
Yes.
in your conversations in the BSD, did the businesses feel that this was a marketing message to promote their business, or was that not discussed?
Not a marketing, if you're speaking about the comment earlier that was made, not a marketing message to promote the business. What it does is there are national tenants that ask about what we are doing, what the city is doing, and what we are doing to support sustainability. And so that is asked frequently by a lot of the larger national tenants. They're going to ask what's being done. So it's not necessarily a marketing aspect, but it is something that would be spoken to by potential companies that would come in, because it would be to answer their question.
Well, because they can't achieve their goals unless we're doing something.
Right.
Because they have to count.
One would hope in a positive sense.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I started out saying, well, let's workshop this and then mull it. I don't know what the pleasure of the
There's
commission
still other
is.
members of the public who want to comment.
I'm sorry.
Did you have a question, or you were done?
Yeah, I kind of did, actually. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's two-pronged for both Nick and you.
Okay.
And you semi-answered it with what he said, but to quantify what you said, you kind of hit on the performance metrics. You somewhat answered it by saying, okay, there are national tenants that look to that right after saying that we have a lot of small businesses, so how many national tenants have really been in the game here? That doesn't quite line up. But within the performance metrics, what's your end goal of the output of them? And I was thinking about what type of performance metrics you could actually be delivering, because in some of the stated desired projects, there's things like EV chargers. What does an EV charger actually do for us? Because what it technically does is it brings consumption of that electricity that has to be generated somewhere as recorded in our city, as opposed to somewhere else. But an EV owner is going to charge it anyway. So what's the performance metric that gets to where she's asking questions that something like that in particular delivers? What does that deliver? Now, the fact that it's an EV versus a gas engine vehicle, there's that whole debate of emissions and where the emissions start and what they're generated by, and we're not going to go there. What do some of these things deliver as deliverables that she can then use to help generate business growth? I'm missing this piece of it, and I sort of see what you want to show, but what do you need to show, and how do we show that? I just want a generality here, because I don't get it.
Commissioner Hagan, is
I
this
think
going
if I may, we have challenged that to give more detailed specifics, and you had said that you're working on putting those more detailed specifics together. So I think we're still working through those communication lines, right?
Yeah, we
Do you
still
agree?
will.
All right, so we're asking for money without actually knowing what the measurable output's going to be from the money that's been asked for.
And I think
Is that
that's
the
what we're
condensed version
asking
of what
for.
I'm hearing? Because it is to me.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
We're asking for money with no measure of what the deliverable output actually will be. The
deliverable output is to reduce the 65,000 metric tons of CO2 that vehicles emit, plus stormwater and pollution issues. That's why I mean we're not at cross purposes, but the things I'm doing don't feed directly into what the BSD is doing. I think there are some happy consequences like EV chargers that could support both. If downtown offers EV chargers, that works for me, that works for her. I think we might work together to find other areas that we can blend, but it's not always all going to blend. Our goals are not to directly improve the shopping experience in Birmingham. Those aren't our goals. Our goals are to reduce carbon emissions and the negative externalities of cars. Their goals are to support the business environment in Birmingham. I would love to find opportunities to work together, of course, but we're not always going to.
Well, you kind of need to, because you're in a cause and effect.
Okay, this
The more
is a
she
very
drives, the more you
interesting,
reduce.
Commissioner Hagan, this is a very interesting academic conversation. I wonder whether the answers are going to impact your vote on this, and because really, at bottom, we have to either say yay or nay, or say yay with some amendments, but we need to move the conversation along.
All right, so
I mean,
let me
I
paraphrase
think it's
what I've
interesting
heard.
stuff.
It is, but let me then paraphrase what I've heard from just about everybody. This is
Maybe let everybody else.
Hear that from the public first?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
Hi, David Bloom, Birmingham resident. I'm not sure where to start. I'll take a crack at it. The reason I came to this meeting tonight was my disappointment that this item was on the agenda at all. This went to the Advisory Parking Committee more than once, and I was at 2 meetings when the result of those discussions was not to go ahead with this at this time. It looks like, I know that there are some other committees in the city that are involved with this, the BSD and the Sustainability Committee. It looks to me sort of like an end run. Mr. Dupuy didn't get what he wanted from the Advisory Parking Committee meeting, so he's coming to you. Now, first of all, if I was on the Advisory Parking Committee, I would wonder why I was getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning to come to those meetings when what they think and do doesn't mean a hill of beans to you guys, to the people that put this on the agenda. It's disenfranchising. I would probably resign, but I'm not the committee to begin with. This also started out as a $250,000, $50,000 per deck fee, and now it's grown to $420,000. Let's add another nickel. Let's make it $600. What about next year when we need some more money? How many of you heard of or remember what Willie Sutton said when he was asked why he robbed banks, and he said, because that's where the money is. This is a money grab on the parking decks, because that's where the money is. And you can call, it started out more like a tax. I think you're trying to narrow it down so that it's considered a fee. I still think that a really good trial lawyer could argue that it's a tax and not a fee. I take exception to the way Mr. Ballard treated Mr. Host, because I think that if you're taking money off the top before it goes in the fund, or you're taking it off after it goes in the fund and putting it out, it's still the same credit card swipe. And I think a really good trial lawyer would give you a run for the money in the courts, and then it's up to the judge to decide. And I think Mr. Ballard owes, and I know there's a lot of bad blood between you and there's not a lot of respect, I still think that Mr. Ballard owes Mr. Host an apology for that. This community invited people to come into this community and shop. More than invited, this community was concerned about competition from Somerset with the addition of the second floor on the south side and then the addition of the north side. And that's why these parking decks were built. And that's why there's 2 hours free. We invited all these people here. They're guests. And now we say it's a problem and it's an externality and we want to tax, we want to add a cost for the carbon problems that they're creating. I don't think that that's right, and I don't think that that's how we should be treating our guests. And there's more things that I could say. I'll just wrap it up by saying I'm disappointed that it's here. I think that you guys ought to think about it. I think the parking chair did more than a yeoman's job of explaining all the reasons and the concerns that they have, and you ought to give what she said a lot more credence that's been given. And finally, I guess what I'll say is, until this whole AI boom and all these power centers were being built, is generating more and more electricity and more heat, I was kind of on board with the whole climate change thing, and we got to do something. It's ridiculous now that all of a sudden we're adding all of these power plants for AI, and now it's like the big companies that are spending money don't give a rat's about sustainability.
Mr. Bloom,
yeah.
I'm sorry, you're going on 4 minutes, and you're straying far from the topic at hand. So if you have any further comments that you can wrap up in about 10 seconds on the question before us.
I'm just going to say the sustainability thing isn't all it's cracked up to be, and it's we're trying to feel good rather than actually make a difference.
Thank you. We have another member of the public. Do you want to?
Nope, he should go first.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Brad Theodoroff.
Hi.
111 Willets, apartment 206. I grew up through the Birmingham school systems. I want to compliment. This is my first time sitting through one of these meetings. Tedious. Thank you for doing it. The amount of effort you must have put in when you did your Birmingham Green initiative had to be tremendous. You did that during a time where that was important. In the last 24 months, now that we have open discussion, there are PhD types, one out of, let's see, well, specifically, I got this guy in my little Google here, David Linzen, PhD in, he's an
What's
atmosphere. Atmospheric physicist and dynamic meteorologist, okay? And he and another PhD type that I listened to, I poo-pooed this whole carbon emission problem, that it is not a problem. And, you're chasing after a whole lot of nothing. There's been very minimal amounts of carbon that have elevated. There is no global warming. And these are PhD type. This guy's out of MIT and Harvard, all right? Laugh at me, but it's true. So I think you're chasing after a whole lot of nothing. And frankly, anytime a city raises funds from its citizens or its people, it's a tax. Call it what you want, call it a fee, but it's a tax. And to call anything else is, It's silly, I think. It's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and stay cool.
Hello, Kelly Kozlowski, no relation to the commissioner. I live on East Lincoln in Birmingham. I would respectfully disagree with both of my neighbors who spoke before. I'm excited about this. I don't get excited about a lot of things that happen at commission meetings, but this strikes me as creative, as collaborative. You have multiple committees and bodies at least trying to understand, okay, what's the end game and what are my concerns and how do we talk about it and work together? I think that is a picture of how bureaucracy and municipal government should work. So I'm grateful for that and I applaud that. This particular issue, if it's a goal, if the city cares about it enough to codify it in that kind of language, then it should be resourced. And this strikes me as a creative way to resource it. I am a resident who parks in downtown Birmingham multiple days a week. I use the meters, I use the structures, I use Park Mobile, I pay with my card, I pay with coin. I check all the boxes and this would not faze me at all. You could charge me more, and I wouldn't view it as a tax. I wouldn't view it as an inconvenience. I think far too often we think of cars as the thing that we need to accommodate above everything else. Birmingham is a walkable community, first and foremost. And if we have, this carbon emissions issue partly as a result of traffic through our city and into our city, this makes a lot of sense to me. And I don't think that my carbon emissions as a resident of Birmingham are special compared to those of the visitors coming to Birmingham to shop here. I also don't feel particularly compelled to present the kind of hospitality to an incoming shopper that would minimize all possible costs that would be associated with their time here. If you look at any price of a steak on a menu at one of our restaurants, price of a sweater at one of our stores, cup of coffee at a coffee shop. We are not a town that's known for being particularly affordable or on the cheap end of any consumer anything. So I would strongly encourage the commission to support this, and I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you very much. Any other comment from the public? Anybody online? Please use raise your hand function. Come on up. Ooh, you look prepared.
Why not add some more gasoline to the fire? I have a question.
That creates emissions.
I have a question about the EV chargers. I drive an EV. I've been driving for the past 4 or 5 years. Not a big fan of the whole.
Oh, sir, could you do 2 things? One, give us your name and where you live.
Irvin Kalai, 1473 Bird.
And then try to speak a little bit with a little bit more volume and
Sorry, raspy voice.
That's right.
I have a question about the EV chargers. I know you said they cost about $6,000 a piece. Are they being city-owned or are we using a third party? Because the $6,000 doesn't add up because basically the energy website says, Department of Energy website says that they're $20,000 to $60,000, and then if we are running it as a city, there's extra cost to that, cut cables, all the other stuff, and I see it all the time as I go to charging stations. I would love to have them in downtown, so I don't have to drive all the way to downtown Detroit for 8 Mile.
So your question, I'm sorry, your question is?
The question is basically about the chargers and the math behind it.
So can you address that, Nick? Is that even a top priority, let's say, in the first year? Would EV chargers be in the first year's budget?
Hard to say. I'm not going to say no. They certainly could be. Now,
I'm sorry. They're a great convenience, like for shoppers, for people. Like I would love to come have dinner, have my car charged, go home, so I don't have to wait overnight, especially if I have a long trip the next day.
So, and then regarding the economics and your estimate of the cost.
Yeah, to answer the question, we're not sure yet. I know there's a lot of different models. There are revenue shares, there are city-owned, there's all sorts of different things.
Okay.
We have not yet decided which model we're going to go with, but the parking manager has been doing a lot of research into what one could work. So when we do bring one, I like to think that we'll obviously have a clearer answer about what model we'll be using. What model we use greatly affects the cost of these units. Revenue shares, some revenue share systems, companies will come in and install them for free, but we got to share basically the lion's share of the revenue with them. So it's so varied, it's hard to say. I landed on 6 because that was kind of an in-between, between 2 and 10 for a regular old level 2 charger install. Not a lot of nuance there, not a lot of consideration of variables. It's not arbitrary, but it's a ballpark number.
Just wanted to bring it up.
I paid $300 for mine on Amazon.
Yeah, but it's the installation, the infrastructure.
It was another $300 to install. City Manager Ecker.
I just wanted to provide a little more background, so let's get us up here back to the top here,
Good.
right?
Well, that's where you know I like to be.
First part, you asked why did this even go to the parking committee and why did it go to the BSD? Because originally, as proposed, it was part of a package to raise parking rates and to include this in that package. Okay? Now, the advisory parking committee has a recommendation vote that they can take to whether they want to raise the fees or not. They're advisory, though. They don't make the final decision on whether the fee should be raised. That's up to the commission. The BSD has traditionally in the past weighed in when there's an increase in the parking fee because of the increase in charges, costs to employees, to businesses, et cetera. Again, they don't decide the parking fees. They can weigh in and provide you with their feedback, but the commission is ultimately the only group that has the say over whether the parking fees should be increased. Second, this is not a parking fee. Call it what you want. It's based on a transaction. It is not a fee. It is not parking money. It's not affecting the capital improvements to the parking deck. It's not taking money from the parking system. It's using that simply as a jumping point to charge 10 cents to collect the sustainability fee. That is a decision that is solely up to you, the city commission.
I think we're aware of that. Are we all aware of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would note that the Sustainability Committee is not beholden to the recommendation of the APC. They're both equal and independent advisory committees.
And we're not beholden to the recommendations of the Environmental Sustainability Committee.
Right.
You have the ultimate decision-making power to decide whether to amend ordinances and change fees.
Okay. So, as I started to say prematurely before, I suggested that maybe we not take action on this tonight. I'm not sure that's how I feel at this point, but what's the pleasure of the commission? If I'll entertain a motion, or Commissioner Haig?
I don't think making a motion tonight is right. I'm actually tending still towards what you originally started with, to workshop this out. Because what I was going to say earlier is the paraphrasing of what I heard from everybody is to do nothing isn't what we want to do. We wish to do something. The question is, sustainability is great until it comes to paying the bill, and it's figuring out where the money comes from to pay for it. So this is the pathway that appears to be the pathway that can be taken. Okay, I'm not going to debate that any further. Fine. What are we going to get? What are we going to achieve? And what are the metrics we're going to achieve out of it that are truly deliverables, as opposed to, it just feels nice because somebody checked a box and said we've got an EV charger. Well, big deal. It's yesterday's technology anyway. Move on. What's going to actually make a difference? What moves the needle, and also moves the needle in a way that doesn't burden residents? So that's the bit that still needs to be noodled out to me in a way that everybody gets in a consensed form, and we actually have the data whereby BSD, they can say to future tenants, here are the goals we're achieving for you. So I think this still needs to go back to be finished and finalized a bit more, but the pathway, I have no problem with putting it on the park.
So the question is,
I'm good with it.
The question for you, for them, was he clear enough, and do you all agree that we need that and that we should come back? You're nodding your head. Do you understand what he's asking for?
I guess a little bit. The only thing that I would suggest to you is that, like I said, I'm not going to bully you into making a motion tonight, but I'm not quite sure what I'll what you're asking for, or would I be able to come back with? I've stated the goals of the plan.
That's what I'm asking. It needs to be clear what you want from him, because if he comes back and there's no changes here, and there's nothing new, then we're just going through this all again. So when we often ask
Well, if
him
it's
to
not
come
clear
back to
now,
us.
then we can't do something with it anyway. So I'm looking for, what are metrics that we can quantify?
Well,
Not
it's
just, I want to reduce
$400,000. It's not like, we're spending $20
400,000
million.
per year.
Per year. So, but what would it satisfy you to have a first-year budget and a first-year
Deliverables.
First year. Is that good enough? Is that something you could come up with?
I would plan to do that, at the next meeting?
Yeah. The approval of this would be sort of dependent. Now, we wouldn't be approving these things. He'd come to us and say, this is what I anticipate.
And this is what you can expect.
And this is what you can expect, but we're not approving the expenditure at that point. He would then have to come back to us at some point and say, okay, now we're ready to do it. Here's the item, approve it. Is that fair enough? I don't think we can ask him to come up with something that we're actually
I don't want something to
allocating funds.
Well, if there is a project, what is the consequence of it? What is the deliverable? What is the gain?
Right.
That's what I'm looking for, project by project.
So I think
and
that we
don't
need a list of,
understand that.
I think you need to take these projects, sharpen your pencil a little bit, say, how much are we going to spend on trees next year? And what's the outcome
net
of
gain?
those trees? What's the net gain? Or we're going to spend, why are you shaking your head? Come on.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think it's as easy as you're suggesting.
Well, it doesn't have to be exact.
Well,
and nobody's going to hold you to it.
I think here's the thing is,
It's kind of a
if
moot
420,000 gets us 100 trees,
and 100 trees gets us.
and 100 trees gets us this much saving, if I had $600,000, I could do this, and then we can back into the 10 cents makes sense, or 20 cents actually is the right number. Like, there's no.
I think you could do a little bit more with the project.
Right. I think so, too.
I would push back a little bit on that, if I may.
How about okay.
I feel like we got an outline. Here's 10 things we can spend money on. We can require green infrastructure installations in every public development project. Produce a feasibility study.
Do a head count, okay? This is politics, right? Maybe you're for it, maybe I'm for it, maybe these two are saying he's against it.
I know, but
So we need a fourth vote.
We just
okay?
need metrics. We need,
I'm
think
saying,
about what you do for a living.
I'm saying
you need to show a performance and a deliverable. All we're asking for is what are the deliverables
I am
we
saying
achieve?
update the city's
she agrees.
multimodal plan. Like, I'm not sure what metric is going to fall out of that.
Right.
Well, therefore, what did we spend the money on?
Right,
What did we get from it? That's all I'm saying.
I would say that revisiting the multimodal plan is maybe not an appropriate use of these funds if it does not have a direct measurable related to reducing our carbon footprint. But there are a number of projects on here that do. And so I think the suggestion is that if you maybe take a couple off of 1 through 10 and maybe give us an estimate of what measurable you would use. If you were writing a grant to try to do this, you would have to say, what are my evaluation methods? What are my proposed outcomes? And so if you want to say, easements to manage stormwater as a use, you could say, there's probably 15 appropriate easements, each one could have a rain garden, it would do this. And I would expect to save that. Or plant 100 trees with this much money, I would expect to save that. So I think what we're asking for is just, as the city manager said, just a few less options with a little more that have direct measurables, outcomes, criteria that you can use to measure, which I'm sure exists because they're in your green plan, how we're going to know that we reduced our carbon footprint. So we're asking you for what the incremental steps towards that would be related to the 24% for cars, that this 10 cents per car, and I'm fine with leaving it at 10 cents, I'm not looking for fine, is related to. So I just think,
And prioritize some of those projects and where you get your best bang for your buck and what you might shoot for first.
I think it's clear now. Is it clear to you?
It's clear to
You're
me.
the important one. You're also important. You're also important. Ms. Horner, is it clear to you? Thank you. Can we move on? Okay. We can move on?
Yep.
Okay.
Next item.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for, this is the way
Thank you.
local government works. It's great. Really, very happy. It's tedious.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment? What we've all agreed to is we want metrics. We want, budget. That is what the Sustainability Committee should do. But the issue here tonight is what's the vehicle for handling that budget? And it should not be the APC. I consider this unethical.
It is not the APC.
Well, the APC is a committee, and they're not involved. But thank you for your comment. We're going to move on to a resolution to approve tentative agreement between the city and ASME Local 998.11. They're a Local 988.11? What's the .11?
I guess it's like the subdivision of the greater AFSCME. I just learned that this past negotiation cycle.
Okay.
So good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'm Christina Salufo, the HR manager, coming to you recommending approval of the AFSCME tentative agreement. The AFSCME union represents 30 full-time and part-time clerical, technical, and parking enforcement assistants. Negotiations began this year in May to update the agreement, which expired on June 30th of this year. The tentative agreement was agreed upon between the city and AFSCME representatives, and the Finance Department has reviewed this and evaluated that we are looking at about $91,000 increase for this fiscal year for these provisions, and that has already been budgeted and is currently in our recently passed budget. Would the commission like me to go through the main points of the provisions?
I don't.
Read it.
We have the report. We have
Yep.
your report. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm here for any questions
Okay.
there may be.
Any questions?
I have a quick one.
Okay.
Just like very high level.
Okay. we
Is
that
like,
level.
how do these contracts get hashed out? Is it like you and the city manager sit down with some people?
Yes, so it'll be the AFSCME representatives, which are a few members that are employees. Their union business agent will come in, so the AFSCME business agent came in. And then there was myself and the assistant city manager, Melissa Fairbairn, helped me with that. But all of this gets reviewed through the city manager. So we take guidance from the finance department and the city manager to see what vision we have for our workforce, and that's how we come together and go through things to work out a plan that works for both parties.
And is there some like benchmarking versus other municipalities or other employers? Like some of the stuff I know was brought into line with different regulations, but some of the other things, how do you get some sense of where we should be landing there?
Yeah, so it's a mixture of what the AFSCME union finds as important to their union members and what the city is looking at into the future. So in this particular go-around, I don't think we did, we did look at other, specifically with our engineering department, like our engineering personnel, to make sure that we're, kind of on par with other municipalities, but it's really on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the union is asking for and what the city is able to, kind of bring to the table.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. So to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the tentative agreement of June 29, 2026 between the City of Birmingham, excuse me, and ASME Local 998.11 for the term of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029, and to authorize staff to execute a collective bargaining agreement consistent with its terms and conditions. Further, to authorize the transfer of the appropriate funds by the Finance Department from the Wage Adjustment Account 101.0-272.000-709.0000 to the respective department budgets for these expenditures.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion from the commission? Any comments on the motion from the public? If you're online, you can use the raise your hand function. I I see no comments either way, so Ms. Bingham, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Ballard is temporarily absent. Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wall?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bit more benchmarking, please,
Yes.
next time. Thank you.
All right, we now move to new business E, commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring up the item for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight. I know that Mayor Baller wanted to introduce the topic of looking at parking fees. Future discussion?
Oh, future discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Well,
We've talked about it, we know what the story is.
We're not allowed to talk about it.
we're
We talked about it,
technically
yeah.
not, if it's a three-step thing. On the
Right.
other hand,
All right.
I can cover it under commissioner comments, but I will say
You wanna discuss?
that there are times when matters come before our boards and they decline to make a recommendation, or their recommendation is no. And then it doesn't even come to us. So had they recommended something, it would have come to us. It should have come to us. That they were recommending nothing. That somebody suggested something and they declined to do it. Now it's up to you. What do you want to do? That's the way it should work. It didn't work that way in this case, and I'm suggesting that it should have. And thank you for seconding the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Another unanimous decision. And I'm guessing that the ASME contract was unanimous also.
Yes.
Congratulations. Commissioner Host.
Okay, we're going to head into phase 2, but when the commission voted unanimously over...
Wait, are you suggesting we're
I'm
already moved
under
on?
future business.
Okay, we didn't get there yet. That would be my job to move us into that, right? Or are...
We're
That's
there
what
right
we
now.
ju-
That's
we
what
Oh,
just
okay,
did
I'm
that.
sorry. I thought, but you're talking about phase 2, that's...
No.
He says
I said before we go into phase 2, I would like to talk about
Okay,
future discussion
I'm sorry, I
items.
misinterpreted what you were saying.
Okay, when we moved to buy the YMCA building 3 years ago, I think, it was unanimous. And there was no better alternative than the MOU that we had for Next at that time. But with our purchase of the community house last week, this is no longer the case. We have the opportunity, before we begin renovations in phase 1 of the YMCA building, to examine the cost, location, and operational advantages of making Next an occupant of the community house. My question, Mr. Mayor, is where and when can we have this important discussion? Is it now the shared responsibility of the commission and the foundation to give this serious thought? If we control the community house, and when I say we, I mean the people of Birmingham who own it, I'm sure it would have been considered probably the logical home for Next, and I believe it still is. How can we consider this, give it the consideration it deserves?
Okay, so that might be, I don't see that as an item for future discussion. If we're not supposed to discuss it, do you want me to just answer the question?
Yeah.
Depends on where you're going. Because what he's talking about is a plan I sat in her office last year and suggested.
Sorry.
Same thing.
We rate, this portion of the agenda is for raising a topic very briefly, getting agreement that we should discuss it at the next meeting, at which point we would say, so I just don't think this is an appropriate thing for that. But it's a perfectly legitimate question. You just have a tendency for raising these questions in slightly inappropriate places in the agenda. But since you raised it, I think that if that question is to be asked, it would be between the foundation and Next. And I don't know that this city commission, insofar as Next might use or participate, use some portion of the community house or participate in some programming there. That is now in the hands of the foundation, programming at the community house. Community house has zero money at this point. So we're lucky to have the building and we're moving forward. And I was going to report a little bit later in the meeting on that for the commission and the public. We're moving ahead full steam at 400 East Lincoln. So if you're suggesting that we should rescind a decision that we've already made, to give, I don't quite.
We all make mistakes.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. We've decided to buy the building for Next. We got the voters to approve $3 million in millage to support the renovation of the building. We hired architects.
No. The renovation of a building, I would assume.
I'd have to read the.
And you signed and approved a lease with Next already.
This is a lot. This is a lot. You're asking a lot. If your question is limited solely to can Next play a role in the community house, and it's not like we're going to kick them out of 400 East Lincoln, or we're going to. I think that's a legit question that we need to see whether Next wants to be involved in programming at the community house, and I think they should and will be. But if you're talking about, this came up earlier today on another topic, and I think we all have a responsibility to be aware of Robert's rules and how you go about reversing course on something that you're already down the road on. It came up in your motion at the joint meeting regarding short-term rentals. It came up in a conversation today about wayfinding, and now you're bringing it up. You don't just say, let's talk about changing our mind on something. There's a whole process, and I don't know exactly, I'm not a Robert's Rules expert, but to unwind everything we've done to date with regard to 400 East Lincoln would be a pretty big legal undertaking.
Especially when there's contractual obligations.
That's why I say legal undertaking.
Yeah.
Not only Robert's Rules, and how do we unwind what we are sort of by our principles. You are obligated to support the decisions of this commission, whether you agree with them or not.
No, you are absolutely wrong.
Am I wrong about that? What is the basis for that?
No, you have tried to put that on.
Well, hold on. I'll let's see if I'm wrong about that. I've been told many times that you may not agree with a decision that's made, but once it's made, you got to pretty much.
The commission speaks through a majority voice. A majority vote, sorry. So if there's a majority vote that you're going to move forward with something, yes, then even if you dissented, you have to get on board and you have to go, because that is what the commission has decided.
And is there a legal basis for that?
No, there is not.
Should you wish to rescind something, there is a process for that, and I believe it cannot be made by one of the dissenting voters.
That's correct.
But he voted in favor of buying 400 East Lincoln. That's not the point. The point is, where do you draw the lines? And I'm totally I'm with you to an extent on this, but to an extent I'm not. The commission has spoken numerous times, and at some point you just have to accept that that's the will of this commission. And I don't know, everybody's got freedom of speech and all that, but it's like you're knocking your head against the wall. It seems like. I'm going to allow a comment on this, and then we've got to move forward, because I didn't even hear a motion in what you said.
This was for future discussion.
Right, but what? What do you want to discuss?
Moving next into the community house from the 400 East Lincoln.
Okay, so that's a motion you're putting on the table, a motion for the city commission to move the next organization into the community house and not 400 East Lincoln?
Yes.
I don't know if
It's called a win-win-win.
Okay, I don't know. Is there a second
We're
to that
losing.
motion?
It's not legal.
Am I allowed to talk about it?
No, you made the motion, and we're all very clear on what you want to do. I don't think is anybody unclear on what his motion means?
Not clear on the motion, but I want to ask a procedural question to qualify what's being requested, because you've got an opinion. I want to understand the correct procedural pathway.
Fair enough.
So, to the point that you made a couple of minutes ago about once a decision is made, we have to execute the decision whether we agreed yes or no. If the majority said execute, we execute. Procedurally within government, if another option that is potentially a better option presents itself because circumstances have changed, how is that handled? Because there is merit behind you and I talked about this last year. If there is a better mousetrap that wasn't available at the time of the first mousetrap, procedurally, how does a government then change direction for the better choice? Because it's not like it's a decision, it's made in perpetuity, and we're going to run off the end of the cliff.
Right. I
How
think
does it
Tracy
change?
can address that, because there is a legal procedure for doing
that's
that.
why I
If
want
you want to
clarity.
take an approved motion.
Let her address it.
There is a procedure for doing that. A simple motion, so you're talking about no contractual obligations, no millage involved. A simple motion, if you wanted to rescind the action, then you would bring it for future discussion. It would be a motion to rescind. It would be placed on the next ballot so that it could be voted on as a motion to rescind.
Ballot or
I'm sorry, on
agenda?
the next agenda.
Okay, thank you.
And then it would proceed from there.
But can you rescind something that you've already begun?
Well, hang on. She started with just the simple.
And
Now
is
she's
this
got the next
discussion
step.
even appropriate in the context? He made his motion. Let's see if there's a second. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut.
She gave a legal reason why. I just want to understand
He
what the
made a
process
motion.
is.
Is there a second to his motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, then I will tell you.
Discussion.
What, may I?
No discussion.
Oh, there's no discussion.
By the way, Commissioner Kolb and I sat down with Jana and Mary Kasarik last November and went over, have you ever heard of a win-win-win?
Okay, I think in this case, his motion isn't necessarily to talk about something. His motion, could you read back his motion, please?
I didn't catch it because
Okay, his motion was to actually do it.
Yeah.
Not to discuss doing it. Again, this is not what this section of the agenda is for. And I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Can we hear the procedural methodology she was
We
trying to
can
explain?
vote on it. I'm pretty sure the motion's going to fail. If we approve it, you're going to have to figure out how to unwind all these contracts.
No, I don't think it's even legally possible to do what he is suggesting, because I believe his motion was to move next into the community house, which the city does not have the ability to do. The city commission does not have the control to do something like that.
Okay.
That was my question.
Yeah, there is the city commission does not have the control to do that.
Namely, it's the foundation board now.
This is not.
So we gifted 5.2 million?
Okay, whoa.
Is that what it means?
Lord help me.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Take a vote.
Yeah, let's take a vote. All those in favor? No. All those in favor?
There's the motion, I ask for public comment.
We don't do public comment.
We don't
on
even
future-
do,
for
we don't
future
even do
discussion.
commission comment on this.
If you have a motion, I would like to make a.
Not under future
Sorry.
discussion, we don't.
Sorry, you've got the mayor and the mayor pro tem agreeing that this is not something we're going to discuss.
Yeah, this is just a motion to put it on next, at which point we would take comments, if it made it to step 3.
Is it to put it on?
The motion
She
is,
doesn't even have a good transcript of the motion.
his motion was to discuss the city moving next into the community house and not having them at the Y and stopping all renovation at the Y.
To discuss it.
To discuss it.
Discuss it.
Please.
And
All those
we
in-
heard that that's not legally possible for the commission to decide, because it's not.
All right, look, let's just vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Fails. Sorry.
Well, at least we're all on record.
So can we finish getting the legal clarification, the legality here, because I'm curious.
No. No, it's 10:45. We're moving on. I've been sitting in this chair for going on 5 hours, and...
We all have.
Well, tough.
Okay, well,
Tough.
we're moving,
Wait,
well, you know
wait.
what? We're moving on.
This could be an
Okay.
offline discussion or a
It can
memo.
all be offline.
Or a memo.
This is not appropriate for doing business. Is there any other commission items for future discussion? Moving on. Item F, commission discussion on items from a prior meeting, Phase 2, 400 East Lincoln. This is step 2. Who brought up Phase 2, 400 East Lincoln? What is it you would like to discuss about Phase 2, 400 East Lincoln?
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is I wrote a letter to everybody probably 2 months ago saying how we got to deal with Phase 2 yesterday. And here it is, 2 months later, it's on the agenda, and there's no backup material whatsoever.
No, this is your opportunity to tell us what you think we need to discuss.
We need to discuss an elevator that goes from the basement to the second floor that's ADA approved, because otherwise, the only thing you can use is the first floor.
Okay, is there the elevator? Is there anything
Yes.
else you'd like to discuss?
No, other than to say the people of Birmingham deserve a better outcome on Phase 1.
Okay, so...
That's why I voted against it, because it doesn't include...
An elevator.
It doesn't include the second floor or the basement.
No, we've always said that that was a phase to come after we get next in there. So...
Yeah, but can
so
I
is this a
finish by
motion?
saying, I write you all this, and I have not heard from any of you. You ghosted me on Phase 2, as though it isn't important that we deal with it yesterday.
We have a few, it isn't. In some people's opinion, it's not important that we deal with it yesterday. It's important that we deal with it in the future. And I will ask the city manager to give us a brief report on the status of Phase 1, which we're trying to get past before we get into Phase 2, and some of the decisions that we may be faced with soon as we proceed in a rational, business-like, responsible manner.
Yes. What I do want to address, that you said you want to discuss an elevator. An elevator has been discussed extensively by the design team that is looking at the renovations to next, because they have been given the direction from us that while this Phase 1 is for the first floor, there will be a Phase 2 and/or Phase 3 that would look at utilizing other spaces and how do we access those spaces. They have looked at, I want to say, at least 5 different locations potentially to put an elevator in. It is literally not feasible the way that that building is laid out with the mezzanine, and there's no room to put it within the building. To add it outside of the building, it doesn't address each of the 3 floors because they're all in different places. It has been extensively discussed, so I don't think that's fair to say it hasn't been discussed. It hasn't been discussed publicly, maybe, but it has been discussed by the design team for a long time.
Since his issue is the elevator, and I didn't hear it in the form of a motion, so there wasn't a second, but is it the pleasure of this commission to get a report, which we may have to pay for, from the architects substantiating what the city manager just told us about all of the possible options that have been looked at and the difficulty with the elevator?
Just give us what was.
That is possible, but here's the other thing. To your next point, giving an overview of what's going on at Phase 1 and what it leads into, the decision, so for instance, first of all, to give the update, let me give the update first, and then I'll tell you why I'm saying this.
Okay.
One, we have received, as of Friday, we have the bridging documents that show all of the detailed renovations that are needed for the first floor, for all the accessibility and all of those discussions that we've had and we brought to the commission. That is going to be attached to an RFP for a design build, which will be written and go out here in the next couple of weeks for the renovations to occur. So for us to hire somebody to do the final design of all the mechanicals and electrical and so on, and then do the construction, starting this fall, okay? Because we need to get next in by the end of May, I think, beginning of June, something in there. The second thing is the Y is using the building until the end of August. At that time, the pool will be shut down, except we have been moving forward with the BBD in the background, and they have expressed a strong interest in using that pool space and some of the locker room and some of the space around that area.
For the public, the BBD is the
Birmingham Blue Dolphins. It's a swim club, and part of what we've talked about is allowing public use of that pool at certain times of the day as well. So they understand that. They have now asked for all the utility bills from that building for the last, I forget if it was 10 or 12 months, and I've got that from Parrish at the Y and sent it over to them. I most recently talked to them about 2 weeks ago, and they're doing their due diligence. They know that they have to decide by the 1st of September whether that pool, whether they want to intend to lease that pool space from us or not, because if they are not, then we will be closing down that pool. And the reason I say all this is important to the elevator is if we close down that pool space and we reconfigure that space, the options, it opens up a lot more options as to how we can rearrange the space. You don't need the same height. There's all kinds of things that it may affect whether or not there's room to put an elevator in if the pool is gone.
In other words, there's been a lot of work going on that isn't happening at this table.
Could I get a report on what they've considered in terms of elevator placement? Yes. Is it outside the scope of what we paid them? Yes. So we could provide, we could get a report. They've investigated multiple options for placement of an elevator, and they haven't come up with anything feasible with the pool and the building staying as it is right now, with the renovations to next.
Okay. Perhaps more frequent updates from you about the progress at 400 East Lincoln would be appropriate to quell some concerns that we're not moving or not doing anything, or that, priorities. I think anybody sitting up here understands that there's a lot going on, right? You can't deal with the contractor on Wimbledon and the attorneys on the community house and what else? I mean, there's probably 12 other
400 East Lincoln and the architects and the BBD.
and also be worrying about the second floor and the basement.
But we have mentioned that Newman Smith, when they presented their concept plan of the renovation, they did say that they looked at several different elevator iterations. Okay. So I don't think it's fair to say you ghosted, because that has been discussed, and we did bring it up at this table. Not in the great detail.
You mean just now?
No, when Newman Smith was up, they said they looked into putting an elevator in, and then they couldn't find any feasible options. But if the pool situation changes, that might change things.
Can we move on?
Sure.
Multimodal Transportation Board crosswalks. There's a report in the, is this to say, and I think I brought that up, right?
Yep.
I think so, yes. This is just to say that we've already studied crosswalks in a lot of different ways. If you have further direction on specific detailed studies, intersection by intersection, or what it is, whatever it is you want, let's hear
I
it.
think the idea was that we would put the multimodal board on the case. I think this, we've had incidents, let's say, involving crosswalks or lack thereof.
I can give you an update on that.
And I think our network of crosswalks is incomplete, that we are not fulfilling our own, you have that chart in here, right? That says where crosswalks should be. I don't think that's, and the policy has been when you pave a street or work on a street, then you'll put the crosswalk in, but if you don't, we're not going to do it right away. Is that?
It's not just put them in, there's recommendations in here that have X's next to remove.
So do we have a specific allocation in the budget for crosswalks?
I wouldn't say it's called out specifically for crosswalks only, but there's a portion in almost every project that deals with some element of a crosswalk.
But I'm not talking about project by project. I'm talking about so this would be the question that maybe you come back to us a third time with. Should we allocate X amount of dollars every year to enhancing our system of crosswalks?
I would like to see a slightly different approach taken as well. I think that we are perhaps painting with a very broad brush, and I think that a lot of this stuff we do through the police department, and I think that we should be considering ways that are perhaps less enforcement focused and are more design focused. And I think that we can leverage the Multimodal Transportation Board. I think that, in fact, a lot of their expertise is in identifying problematic locations in the city, and in bringing those to us and letting us know, hey, this is a place where we believe a pedestrian need is not being met. And then I would like information probably from staff pertaining to what tools do we have in our toolkit? What can we do to improve the pedestrian experience at these various crosswalks? Because, we've had lengthy discussions about stop signs recently, and I feel like we don't have a strong sense of what can we do without any sort of warrant, without discussing with a traffic consultant. What do we need a traffic consultant for? What could we theoretically just have DPS do? And what techniques are effective and proven? So I think those are all things that I'm curious about. I'm happy to draft something up, but I don't think just saying, well, we'll just allocate some money and we'll throw some money at the problem and that'll be enough. I think we want multimodal involved in this because of their experience traversing the city on foot or on a bike. And I think we want to give them, and we want to know what tools we and they have available to make recommendations.
Well, I do think the multimodal transportation plan does list a lot of the tools, and it recommends where we should use them or not. Maybe not every last tool, but many tools.
I don't doubt it. And we have discussed the possibility of updating the plan. The plan is old, and I think the reality is, the plan is apparently mostly entirely implemented almost, but clearly we still have deficiencies. So perhaps an update to the plan is important. It would be good. I certainly wouldn't oppose that, or at least I don't think I would. I shouldn't speak too soon. But I think we should also have the ability to do incremental improvements. I don't think we should always wait to have some big plan that's 1,000 pages long before we go out and stripe a crosswalk in front of a playground. I think we should be able to just do that. So that is something that I would be interested in doing, and that was the kind of thing that I was hoping multimodal could look into.
Me too, and I would, for me, it's much more simple. It's not as complicated as that. You go up and down Maple, and some streets have crosswalks. They just put in a crosswalk at Arlington because they just paved Arlington. Across the street, Pilgrim, I don't think there's a crosswalk. You go down Baldwin, no crosswalk. You go up to, I don't know, Pleasant, let's say.
Let me
there's a
give you
crosswalk.
the
And
trick question.
So my point is that some of the big streets like Maple, like Lincoln, like Adams, where there's traffic moving at a fairly high speed, every one of those cross streets should have a crosswalk. Let's just, if we need to apply some scientific method for determining that those belong there, so be it, but it's that simple.
I have a trick question for you. How many crosswalks are on Chesterfield? It's 1 mile long.
Probably 0.
No, there's actually 2.
Okay.
One at Maple and one at Oak.
Okay, yeah, but there maybe ought to be, yeah. Okay.
It's not just the crosswalks,
So-
the things that we could handle. I mean, what he's trying to get at is calming things down to make it safer. And there's measures. I've got about a 15-year-old callus right here from asking this same question that you're asking. That's why I'm sitting here laughing. You're going to get one too because it's not invented here. But there's lots of things that can be done, but we just won't do.
Okay, well, I'm willing to relinquish my ownership of this at stage 2 if either one of you want to make a motion.
I heard 2 questions.
Okay?
Should we allocate money per year to crosswalks and have a separate line item? Or 2, should we have consistent standards for where to put crosswalks?
Well, that, I think, is already in the package tonight, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that whatever you call it, diagram, tree diagram?
Yes, but I think the other point was, I don't remember who made it, is that if there's a crosswalk on one street where there's a local meets a major, then do we have a crosswalk at every local meets major? Or
It's a
whatever.
visual cue to people coming off that I know I feel way more comfortable crossing when there's a crosswalk than when there's not. Plus, there's a law. You stop for someone in a crosswalk.
Yep.
Good luck with that. And if you get run over and you weren't in a crosswalk, somebody's going to point out, oh, you weren't in a crosswalk. So, what's your pleasure?
Still dead. The speeds people are driving around here.
Stop, right there. What's your pleasure?
I don't want to allocate it just for crosswalks. I would like to see a consistent policy first.
I'm even weirder than that. I would like to stick multimodal on this problem. We had heard from multimodal, right? We had this joint meeting with them, and I felt like what we were trying to figure out is, okay, what is the advantage of having this board? And one of the members, I think it was Gordon Davies, but I'm not 100% certain, kind of made the point that, well, if you're just going to hire a traffic consultant every time we look at an intersection, and they're going to make some recommendation, and maybe MMTB will nitpick it, maybe they won't, well, then what is the value add there? And I think the value add there is they're out there walking around, riding their bikes. They know.
Make a motion, please. Make a motion.
I think that we could move for the Multimodal Transportation Board to evaluate the current plan with its direction to crosswalks, recommend whether they think there are, the guy we just appointed said, problematic crosswalks that need to be identified and surfaced, and other ideas that they would like to bring forward as to be included in an eventual new plan, but also for recommendation to the commission to improve pedestrian safety at intersections. They told us that they have other ideas. They told us that they know where.
Is this a motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Second.
This is phase 2, right?
Yes, this is phase 2. Is that clear to you guys, if we approve?
No, but I heard her typing really fast.
Yeah. I think we should charge the Multimodal Transportation Board with doing a deeper dive on pedestrian safety and crosswalks at intersections, and for them to surface intersections that they're aware of that are problematic, that are not in the plan, and changes they would like to see as ideas for the next plan.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. We're taking a brownie break. I've been making brownies since I was about 6 years old. Oh, come on.
No.
Thank you. I'll take one. Decibel levels in neighborhoods.
Well, I'm going to ask Assistant City Manager Clements to approach and testify
But the jet engines?
about our current ordinance. And
Captain Kearney could
nope,
be the person.
nope,
Okay.
you have historical information. And
was a nice try, though.
I think it's the most compelling argument for getting this back on the agenda. You once related to me and others that when this current ordinance was passed, you had told the commission something about the decibel level that they approved?
It is high. It is a high decibel level to get to. I think that's what you're asking me. I do believe it could be looked at again and lowered.
Okay, but I thought, so understanding decibels now, am I correct? And I'm sure this guy knows.
I'm measuring
decibel.
you right now.
Eight, you are eight.
Physically, you've already exceeded 74 decibels just by speaking.
So is it true that 84, an increase of 10?
It's a logarithmic
is
scale.
a doubling, right?
Tenfold increase.
Tenfold increase.
Right.
So we're at 90.
remember.
90 is
Remember.
10
I know it's
times
logarithmic.
louder than.
All I know is
80.
decibels is a logarithmic scale, and, I mean, if we talk, for instance, there was one person came and said, can we make it 40 decibels?
40 is a whisper.
You making that noise was 42 decibels. When
Of
we're
course,
quiet in
it was
here,
amplified.
the quiet, when everybody stops speaking in here, that's 37. So decibels is very dependent upon distance and pressure waves and the general environment.
Okay, we're getting way in.
You want to talk about it? Okay.
What, you guys want
when you say it's high, right now we've peaked out at 84 decibels in here. And I think the limit is it 90?
90 is hard to get to. I've stood next to three.
50 feet, right?
I've stood next to three leaf blowers, literally right next to me, and it didn't hit 90. So,
I was at the house that day that occurred.
yeah,
Yeah.
out of control. So, and neighbors concerned about music playing in their backyards, I believe it's worth looking into. So, what I envision is a primer on like what are decibels and how do you set decibel limits, or not how do you set them, but
Are we doing high frequency or low frequency?
oh shit.
I think,
It's measuring both right now.
but I think we could ask for benchmarking what other communities do and how they measure them, and ask for the staff to come back with a report suggesting a direction that we could move that would.
This, for historical purposes, this all started when, in the old days, it was an officer's judgment at the time of this, whether or not it was disturbing. And then the powers that be felt, well, we need something more definitive. We need something that we can point to that says, you're over this, which is when the decibel thing came into play. So that's why we and many other communities adopted the decibel reading, because it gave us solid numbers to what, because then we had sound meters and everything. We could say, yep, you were at 91 or 92, so therefore you're in violation. We could write a ticket. But prior to that, it was all officer discretion as to whether or not.
Could we return to officer discretion?
You'd get
That'd be
so many
the-
accusations of bias.
Yeah, that would be I think, a problematic situation.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
is this something, so I move that, what you said.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Wait, what am I
Is this
voting
for
on?
a primer on decibels or
Yeah.
benchmarking of other communities?
All of that.
All of that.
Whatever,
Summary about
Okay.
decibels,
I think you
benchmarking
know what
other
we're after.
communities,
We-
and a suggestion for revisions to the
I
ordinance.
didn't know what we were after.
I mean, if we're going to do that, then you need to
But
look
I'm
at it
in
from a
favor of it.
federal level, because several years ago, I did actually do this study, and I pulled federal highways data, because they did this exact study, and they found that every single piece of their equipment exceeded all legal limits. I gave that to Joe Valentine. That's how long ago I did it. Gave it to Joe Valentine. So the Federal Highways Commission has these exact same standards, and they know that there is nothing that they use that will actually meet any requirement, and the federal government doesn't care.
But if I may say so, Commissioner Haig, I don't think the city's planning on using front-end loaders in a resident's backyard on a regular basis, so I think we're trying to look at the residential condition, knowing that our construction equipment, when we're plowing snow and so forth, may not align. We're still trying to create a baseline for people's right to calm enjoyment in their backyards.
And how many houses do we construct every
Okay,
year?
this is going to be discussed when they bring it back to us, okay? We have communications regarding Wimbledon, wayfinding, parking, community house, short-term rentals and pools, and Cape Sealing. Commissioner reports. We have a notice of intention to appoint to the Advisory Parking Committee and a notice of intention to appoint to the Greenwood Cemetery Advisory Board. Commissioner comments?
You were going to give an update on the...
I will, but I'll defer to any other.
This is a PSA. The zoning rewrite that we've hired this galactic group out of Chicago to do includes engaging our citizenry. And I believe in April they had the meeting, showing what they were going to do. And Nick, I'm pleased you're still here. Nick was kind enough to talk about this at our joint meeting, that, we're just going to have to do better. Somehow we've got to help our citizens find out how critical this 1 year or year and a half study that they're doing is on our zoning, residential zoning in particular. But if I can correlate this to on the 2040 plan, I was at a charrette for Corton Lake. There are 1,100 homes in Corton Lake, and 2 of us showed up. That's comparable to the 10 people that Nick got at the first meeting in April. And we need to publicize what's going on with this zoning rewrite so that people are aware now versus at the 11th hour.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give you a brief report on the community house. So the community house, we all elected or appointed the board. The board has appointed Anthony Long, president, Ava Kirkman, vice president, Rob Bowen, treasurer, and Ambika Roberson, secretary. We've created, I guess tentatively we might have to vote on it, several committees. We're working on the charters for those committees. They are a building committee, and that will be Sam Surnow and Clevin Denha, and they set about immediately securing the building. I'm happy to take anybody through there, or if you don't want to come with me, I'm sure somebody else would be willing to take you through the building. We went in and coffee makers were on. There was food in the refrigerator and the freezer. It's not clean. It's not orderly. There are, I guess we're sort of, on the one hand, surprised that there are some things left behind, and in other cases, there are things not there, and you wonder what happened to that. So the building committee changed the locks and did some other things to sort of secure the building immediately. Ambika Roberson will head up the programming committee. She, of course, is the superintendent of Birmingham Public Schools, overseeing roughly 7,500 kids. And, we want to include kids in the whole thing. Rob Bowen, the former CFO of the Detroit Institute of Arts, will head up the finance and audit committee. which may also include governance, or we might have a separate governance committee. And then finally, the fourth committee.
Fundraising.
Development.
Development and
in
Communications.
and
Ava.
Ava Kirkman, who I have to point out, she's extraordinary. I mean, I think everybody on the board is good, but she's amazing. She's young, she's energetic, she knows her stuff, and we're all like really happy to have her. We're also anticipating talking about an events and special events committee to plan special events. So that's about it.
A little bit more.
Yeah, there's a little bit more.
We've obtained insurance.
Oh, well, okay. We've obtained insurance. We're in the process of opening a bank account. Y'all know that Tim Allen, the actor, pledged to match up to $100,000 in donations by the end of the year. We, of course, can't yet take donations, although, yes, we can. We can take checks or cash addressed to Mark Clements, 151 Martin Street.
Let it rain.
And we are working on getting the ECC back up and going as soon as possible. That involves talking to all those who have presented expressed interest in doing so. So that's about it for now. Any questions? We're all, what I like to say is we're all ambassadors. And so I would hope that you all would join us in the ambassadorship of letting people know the great things that we're going to do there, sharing the vision. We also got some domain names, courtesy of a member of the public who went out and bought them for us because we hadn't thought to do that. And we're also working on legally, which maybe, I don't know if you know anything about this, getting the old community house people to stop using the name community house, to take the address off their website, the picture of the community house, things like that, so that there's no confusion. And one thing everybody here can help, and the public should know, if you want to donate to the City of Birmingham Community House Foundation, you should make sure you're donating to that entity through either Mr. Clements or some future method, contacting one of the commissioners. And if you don't intend to give money to the predecessor organization, beware. They have a website that's not ours, and they have the ability to take money. And so that's that. I think that's it. Any other commissioner comments or reports? Advisory boards, committees, legislation, city staff. City staff has
Short-term rental report.
Short-term rental report, right? Do we want to comment upon the short-term rental report?
There's not a whole lot to say, but Mr. Zilke is online if you want to have
I think he could summarize it for members of the public to hear if they watch the meeting later.
Jeff, did you hear that? Please unmute yourself.
He's asleep. I would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
we could read the report.
Yeah, but Jeff's been here all night.
Yes.
Come on, Jeff.
He went to get a beer.
Or he's already had 3. That's why he's asleep.
Well, I think we could just note that the report says that the building department issued 20 new violations to rental property owners. All happened to be long-term rentals who had failed to obtain a 2026 license. There were no new complaints about short-term rentals.
To either the building or the police department.
Correct. And the update on the planning board meeting last Wednesday, July 8th, to discuss short-term rentals and what their recommendations to you might be. And I believe they set a public hearing, correct? For
August 12th.
August 12th. So they'll make a recommendation for ordinance amendments, then that'll come forward to you.
And I think we're 20 minutes past our, is it 11?
It's midnight.
Midnight. Oh, okay. So we're good. Motion to adjourn? Even on nights when we have a 6 o'clock start?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.